Howdy y'all and welcome back to Clash Masters. We are so excited for this final week of competition in the fall season. This is the playoffs where all the best teams who have made their spot well earned are going to have to finally face off and try to get to the final four. Today's our second day of the playoffs. So we already have one group completed. My name is Woody and I'm pleased to be joined here by Lady B. Lady B, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. I am so stoked for the matches that we have coming up today, Woody. We've got some incredible lineups and really interesting storylines about how these teams actually made their way here and how they battled it out against each other to earn these spots. So really superb action coming into the mix. And maybe we can take a look at the bracket in a little bit to talk about that. But why don't we actually first talk about the format of our war for this week?
That's a great idea. During the early preliminary weeks, we had teams competing through open brackets to earn qualifier points. Then on the fourth week, we had a last chance qualifier. And the top four teams in points, as well as the top four teams of the last chance qualifier, advanced to this playoffs. Splitting them into two groups, we had a best of one double elimination format. So it's one war apiece, but you can afford to lose one and still go down to the lower bracket, where the top two teams from each day then on Group A and Group B will advance to the overall grand final playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, now yesterday we saw some craziness in the mix. With the double elimination, it actually helped some of the teams out quite a bit. And we wound up seeing X Team moving forward. And we also got to see Hager Metal moving forward as well. So we've got a quick glimpse of
QSFN.
what... Yeah, well, QSFN got knocked out. Yeah, QSFN made the original. Oh, sorry,
spot, right?
QSFN got the win over Hager Metal. Apologies, a little backwards.
Yeah, no,
from
it was
this
a
one.
really tight war. I saw you casted it. You were there for it, and yeah, X Team just really wiping the floor the whole way through. Excellent matches against Hagura Metal and QSFN. Which also had a really tight war, as it turned out, against Tribe Gaming. So great matches yesterday, but X Team and QSFN moving on, Lady B.
Yeah, so with that, we saw like a bit of a ping pong back and forth where, you know, QSFN just was going strong, wound up in that lower bracket, and kind of the same for Hager Metal, where they had a bit of a struggle from the start. And that's where we actually saw them taking over Tribe Gaming to face off against QSFN, but QSFN getting the better of them in the mix there. So I don't know what we're really going to see today, because if we take a look at our bracket, we've got some heavy hitters coming to the table, and they've had a little bit of history going through the qualifiers over the 3 weeks and as well as the last chance qualifiers. Now, one thing I wanted to note for Queen Walkers, we have them facing off against Space Station Gaming. Queen Walkers was the only team to actually place in the top 16 for the first qualifiers. But they wound up losing to Vedic Indians 11-11. So these teams, as heavy hitting as they are, didn't really make too much of an impact until later through. So NY Amazing and Tompanai Empire, also two of those teams that we know and love so well, that really just had to push through towards the back end of the weeks to actually find their way into this. And for Queen Walkers and Tompanai, they managed coming through the last chance qualifiers.
Well, right, you are, Lady B. I know at least some of the fans out there love these teams, but there's just as many who would love to see them taken down, and that is what we are doing today with single elimination, best of one double elimination format. There's not much of a chance for wiggle room here. We've got 5 wars today, and each of the clans need to get 2 wins in order to go on through to the grand finals tomorrow.
Yep, so we already have our 2 teams, and I think it's going to be quite interesting to see who's going to have to face off against X Team and QSFN. I think any of these teams can actually do it, but they are going to be aiming for that first prize spot in a 20,000 total prize pool. We've seen them earning money through the qualifiers, and now they want to get that first place $5,000 prize. But the rest of the teams won't walk away empty-handed, with $2,500 going to the second place, $1,000 going to third, $500 going to fourth, and fifth through eighth walking away with $250.
Yeah, it is an impressive prize pool available, and most of it up for grabs tomorrow, where the grand finals is going to secure that huge prize at the end. And also, I know it's not for this season, but I have to celebrate the fact that we had a last chance qualifier ticket to the Clash of Clans World Finals that was given out in the previous season. And actually, Aphelion Esports took that last chance qualifier ticket all the way to the end and got a World Finals qualification. So big pump up for Clash Masters overall, and a reminder that these are world-class teams that are competing on this stage. We don't have another last chance qualifier ticket to give out because that tournament has already ended, but that just proves to show the caliber of the teams that are competing in this event, Lady B.
It really does. And considering that we have Queen Walkers and Tompanai in today's matches that are also going to be playing in the World Championships, speaks loads to that. Now, we do have Nick from Space Station Gaming coming in with, we've got some Zap, Quake, Lalo action, actually bringing the 8-1 combo. I see this Queen over here in the core of the base. I'm curious if that's exactly where he's going to be working on this target to take her out and give much better, safer pass for this Lalo. Though Heroes starting off, working collectively together, the King, the Royal Champion, and the Queen to start building up this funnel.
Funneling ever so important for these Laloon strikes. Want to take out as many air defenses as you can. Scattershot also an extremely valuable target. So this Royal Champion diving deep in the top side, helping to carve a big swath out of this space is super high value for Nick. Great base identification for him here. And even though these heroes are going to go down, the Subi stab, I think, has gotten great value here. Look at that lightning quake strike, even taking down the Inferno and an Eagle artillery. Nick is going to be very happy about this opening.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was waiting for the Royal Champion maybe to try and go into tangles with the Queen. That Queen actually could have packed over. He could have tried to find the opportunity to get it in there, the Zapquake down, and take out the Eagle with her. But he's just going to have to contend with it. He has a 3 headhunter, so it should be more than enough, especially since the defending RC is there as well. Lalo pathing is very nice and compact.
No, the scatter shot is shooting the loons, Lady B.
Well, he's got the Warden ability that he's hanging on to. He knows that he can hang on to this long enough to keep these loons moving forward to power along.
Yeah, well, he's got multi-target Infernos burning up against him. He barely takes down the one in the mid. This was a beautiful opening, but it kind of got a little bit dicey toward the end here. Nonetheless, it was enough of an overpowering start that I think he might be able to clean this up after all. With spell deploys going down on the air defense, he needs to get those loons to path over to the air defense, though they are not going that way. Finally, they get their pathing done the right way, but he is running low on steam. Wizard Tower and an Expo, the final defenses are going to go down, but Nick started to cut it a little bit close toward the end of this one.
Yeah, this is, Nick is really well-versed in the Lalo at trying to handle this, and he just gets that taken down.
Builder hut. There's 2 builder huts left.
The battle builder huts.
He misses it after all.
Oh, those battle builder huts just absolutely wrecking everything. With the loons there, I mean, we saw the splash damage on the back end. A bit unfortunate because this had the power towards the backside of the base, but with the Warden dying out too early, with the Electro Owl not there to really help reinforce, this is where it has some unfortunate issues. And yes, we have the Ice Pups. Yes, we have the minions and pups working together. And the nice thing about those Ice Pups is they slow down some of the heroes and the defenses as they work through. They have that slight freeze effect, but there's not going to be anywhere near enough time or power now to get through this. So Nick with a high percentage 2-star Woody, it's not a bad spot to be in, but he was aiming for the 3.
Yeah, this ought to have been a 3 with the opening that he had on that Sui dive. It looked so clean and crisp to me, but really it was the scatter shot at that bottom right compartment locking onto loons instead of an Ice Hound or a Lava Hound that I think was what was the major stumbling block for this raid. The opening was flawless, in my opinion. The midsection was very struggling, and although he almost finished it out at the end with some pretty good spell placement, ultimately 2 builder huts short in the middle leaves him just dry of the 3-star. Particularly bad as the opening clan in their first attack to miss the triple. Queen Walkers really have a chance to stampede over them now and get a lead that Space Station may never have a chance to get back.
Yeah, so let's see how Stadra can take advantage of this. I think he would be the one to actually take advantage, knowing how strong he is with these ground attacks. Their resident super P.E.K.K.A Smash attacker starts off with the Warden. Now we want to not only set up the funnel, but we want to take on some flanking damage. These scatter shots, when you're working through, can easily target not only your troops, but your healers as well. So we want to take out any possible risk there, and then get situated from the opposite side of the town hall. Bringing in the log launcher is really going to help open up the walls, but in case we don't quite get them through, we bring in this extra jump. So now he's set in place with just a little over 2 minutes on the mark. He should be good on time, but still needs to be a little bit wary.
It is a little bit iffy on time here, Lady B, but holding on to a jump spell and 4 rages should help to speed things up a little bit on toward the back end. He's holding on to a log launcher as well, so that could come in really handy for cracking through this center compartment area. Just dropping that on the left side corner over there. It's going to be rolling all the way through this space and opening up a ton of compartments for really good value here. Stodger taking down a scatter shot and even almost getting a cannon on the top side with that minion, but the builder is racing furiously to try to get it topped off. Nevertheless, the center is where the main combat's going to be happening right now as the log launcher rolling through, knocking down walls and engaging the enemy royal champion. Great rage placement here, but the P.E.K.K.A are going to start to wander out of it a little bit here. Actually might have wanted to place that a little bit lower, right, Lady B?
No, I think he's in a pretty good spot here with where everything's positioned. I actually like the Ice Golem coming in for the King. Log Launcher opens up, and again, we have the jump to connect to the Town Hall since we've not been able to completely open it up to get those P.E.K.K.A.s right in there. And Yetis coming out of the Log Launcher is more and more of what we're seeing, helping to clear out those defenses and surviving long enough to even help take down the Town Hall. This typically gives a Queen a little bit more opportunity to reserve that ability, come through for the cleanup, and the fact that he's held on to the Royal Champion here to go for those outlying defenses, he's got just about everything he needs, considering there are no singles up, there are no scatter shots up, very minimal damage.
Oh, she is pathing directly into that Giga explosion right there, though. That poison really chipping away a lot at her, having to rely on those healers to get her topped back off. Same situation for the Grand Warden, and the Unicorns just doing extra overtime now, trying to keep them alive, but I think that they will hold on after all, and with the cleanup along the top edge here, Royal Champion making the final stab. Little tiny minion has done so much work alive for the entire 3 minutes of this raid. Stadra gets it! A 3-star for the Queen Walkers, and they come over the top of Space Station in the opening salvo.
Yeah, this is a great start for Queen Walkers to kick off, and I'm sure most people were expecting to see a 3-star start for them. But equally, that's what I expected to see from Nick and Space Station Gaming, just a little bit shy. So they're going to be relying on seeing a potential defense to the mix. But SSG has actually had some superb wars with great defenses. They've even brought perfect wars to the table. In fact, they won the second qualifiers with a perfect war. So I wouldn't expect to see too many faults coming in from them for the rest of the day. Maybe.
Neither would I, but I would say that these teams aren't necessarily known for their consistency. As you mentioned, Queen Walker's got an 11-star in a previous match during this tournament. Space Station has hit 15 stars before, but swing and a miss sometimes, and they can kind of stumble out the gate. So this is definitely a wide open war. Both clans are really highly skilled, but it just comes down to their performance on the day of to see whether or not they can get those stars when they matter most. 9 dragons to this huge aerial assault by Agent 33, setting up in the bottom corner with some funneling. He can grab 2 outer archer towers. Good take for a Barbarian King down on that bottom corner as he paths toward that bottom compartment as well, with an Eagle Artillery potentially the prize to claim.
Now, I noticed we've even got a Super Barb in this lineup here, helping for a little bit more of that funnel along the outskirts, using that raged up ability just to get him going a little bit stronger through. And that helps navigate this King into that Eagle compartment, ensuring that he can actually take all of this down.
Yeah, but right when he triggered the Iron Fist, he lost all his Barbarians. He'll be able to get most of this compartment done after all, but not sure he's going to go exactly as far as he had planned. Nice trap placement there by our defender, Gaku. Nevertheless, Agent 33's early attack in the bottom corner is going to be effective, achieving what it needs to. Might be missing out on this Royal Champion in the bottom corner, though. Bad, unfortunate result for him there. But nevertheless, there's other ways to handle it. Dragons can target onto enemy heroes, so that's not a death knell for his strike. Big army on the bottom right side is spread all the way out with Loons out in front trying to soak those enemy-seeking air mines. Haven't caught too many just yet, though, and that could be a little bit troublesome as Agent 33 makes his way through the interior now. Great placement on this battle blimp, though. Should be able to get the Eternal Tome popped right as soon as it paths out toward the exterior. Excellent timing there, Lady B.
Yeah, this is going to force the Dragons right into the core of the base. Now, we do have that scatter shot remaining, and I think that ideally it would have been great to have that Royal Champ to take it on. Oh, no. The Dragons actually backtrack. They don't go to the center of the base, and the Queen's hung up, and we didn't even... Wait. Sneaky Goblins have taken down the Town Hall, so it's under control, at least in that aspect. So we now need these bats to do a lot of work. We do have 3 spells to hold off the splash damage that remains. We've got 2 Wizard Towers, one right here in the centralized area, because we're going to have to actually focus on the other one. The Queen was not able to take that last one down, so these bats are going to go kaput. Woody.
But there's another Wizard Tower, like you mentioned there, Lady B, and that is just going to be the death of these bats. Even though a lot of red bombs are triggering over toward the Town Hall, they are going to path right onto defenses, and with a... Oh, he's trying to tank with the minion over there. Sneaky play here by Agent 33. Unfortunate, though, that if he had just had one giant, that might have been a 3-star.
That Wizard Tower, I think, is on such low health, but as long as the builder doesn't focus on it, I would say he could get it, but he doesn't have enough time with this dragon. Right. We've got so many storages up. There is no turnaround here for Agent. That Queen cutting inside, and the backtrack of the Dragons really hurt him on this one. A bit unfortunate because it was looking like it could be a clean push and easy turnaround had that not happened.
Well, more bad news for Space Station Gaming, sending another salvo at the Queen Walkers, but the Royal Defenders holding on with 9% on that last one. Space Station coming awfully close, within chomping distance there, but a 2-star 91% is no good news against a foe who has already put up a triple on the board. The Queen Walkers in the early lead for this war, Lady B, and it is a pretty impressive one at this point. I got to say that the odds for Space Station being able to pull this out and turn it around are becoming slimmer and slimmer as this war goes on.
It is feeling that way for them, but even if they can't, they'll still have the opportunity to get back in it. We'll have the lower bracket for them to work through for whoever winds up losing out on this war. So there's a little bit of safety net here. If you don't make it through this particular round, you can always battle it out. But your opponents are going to be tough, knowing that we're going to have Tompanai and NY Amazing up next. So let's see what Gaku has in store as Space Station Gaming is patiently waiting to see if they can hold a defense. And I'm noticing Crazy Ryan is in the mix. So I'm excited because that means we're going to see some great Queen Charge action coming in. But Gaku with the Zapquake to take out that Scattershot compartment, targets the defending AQ here as well, and starts opening up what we need to get these heroes in, just picking up a little bit more value. We also need to find a way to focus on that Town Hall. So I notice he has a log launcher. Looks like we could be going for a nice long line drive straight through this long channel.
He does miss that Wizard Tower over in the bottom right compartment. A little bit unfortunate because, as we just saw, Wizard Towers can end raids when you're relying on a big clump of aerial troops to be the finishing line here. Still, Gaku has got a solid shot with a log launcher rolling all the way toward the Town Hall there, and good insulation for this Queen. Ice Golem out in front, and a Unicorn even to heal her up. So she could really go the distance here. CC gets pulled into Lava Hound that's going to pop out. That could be a little bit of a distraction for this Queen on the outer edge, and really bad news if she starts taking damage from this Town Hall, which she does. We'll be able to pop it down with her ability here, and is charging in now with the Royal Champion to engage that enemy Lava Hound. But that is a really unfortunate CC for Gaku to have to go up against, Lady.
Yeah, but the Ice Golems actually coming out here are helping him. They're holding that Hound off, so the Queen had enough focus to take on the Town Hall. I like this approach. The Queen from the outskirts, knowing that one wall break could reach a Town Hall. The King in there for distraction to keep her going, and those Ice Golems. This is a perfect combination. You know, the only unfortunate... Wait, never mind. I was going to say the only unfortunate thing is that we didn't get the multi down. Oh, but the Royal Champion's not going to have enough power with those pups, unfortunately. So that means there's going to be a little bit of backtrack in a pretty difficult spot now that it'll be full health again.
Yeah, this seems almost impossible to get the 3-star for my take here. Still holding on to that multi-inferno in the bottom left compartment is going to be extremely difficult for Loons to be able to get to at the very end of the raid, and I don't really see any clear and easy way to get it down. Grease is going out and scatter shot in the top compartment, and might even need another one there if the Loons can't crack it. Oh, soaks another huge shot, and those Loons have just taken a punishing. He's actually going to hold that freeze for the very last multi-inferno, and maybe, just maybe, if he can keep it under wraps, this could be a 3-star after all.
Yeah, he's got the Loon power, holds off that freeze, perfect, because it gives him just enough to get in there. He's got the Warden, he's got the Electro Owl, even with the tornado trap. He's going to be fine. He's got this done, Woody. Gaku coming in with that 3-star, continuing the success for Queen Walkers, going now 2 for 2 against Space Station Gaming.
Man, trap placement in that bottom left compartment was so crucial. If there had been a tornado trap just a few tiles off or a red bomb, those Loons could have bit the dust. But having 2 separate clumps out there, one targeting from one angle and one from the other, might have actually really worked well to his benefit. They're able to soak traps on one side and then maybe kind of keep the other clump safe. Held on to that freeze spell for dear life because it was really essential to keep those Loons on the final path to take down that multi, which can otherwise be a huge problem for a Laloon finisher. I think he was expecting the Royal Champion to be able to take it out in the early stab there, but having focused on an enemy Lava Hound, that was too much of a slowdown factor for him. So really great recovery, and once again, it's another 3-star for the Queen Walkers.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Royal Champion was the target for it, and that freeze ideally would have been placed for the scatter shot on the 12 o'clock side of the base. But the way he actually dropped that haste was perfect because he got the Loons in where they needed to go, got them fast, and then got even extra benefit to sweep them out through to the remaining defenses. And that's a skill that Gaku has, being a longtime player, and this is why he is one of the greatest. Let's see as we have Marinol coming in. Ooh, we've got some Lalo action from Marinol. No Zapquakes though, but I do notice that we have the heal spell. I love seeing heal spells in the combination with Lalos because they can really help you get through tricky situations like those multi-targeting infernos towards cores of bases.
Yeah, this is a really creative use of skeleton spells out here on the right side corner as well, distracting the scatter shot and kind of keeping it all out of whack. But wow, the skeleton traps on defense from Yuta are going to really slow down the stab and prevent him from getting the easy strike that they were hoping for in this right side corner. The CC troops coming out as well. The Royal Champion is distracted, and that scatter shot is still up, Lady B. The target is good though. Royal Champion gets the lock, tosses out the shield. One more shot for the scatter is necessary. This is it. Marino leaves a scatter standing.
Oh, this is gonna hurt loads, Woody. This means Pathing needs to adjust for what was not taken down. He does have the Stone Slammer, and this could help go in. I'm taking a quick look around to see where these air sweepers are placed. I don't know that this is necessarily gonna go in line where he wanted to, but he can bring that in to try and do some work, but still needs to secure taking down this town hall. Oh, and we have the blimp actually to do just that. So the Queen was not enough. There is so much going wrong here for Marinol, unfortunately, which means this is going to be continuous defense for Queen Walkers.
Right corner, spinning around and just languishing in this gigantic poison spell. The pathing here for Marinol, I don't know what he was planning. I don't know what's going through his head because this is just a step below what we usually see from him, to be sure. Barely even a 2-star now, and Space Station Gaming have took a huge hit on the chin. They are going to be knocked back and apart with a percentage now dropping far, maybe even into the 70s. I don't know how they're going to be able to recover from this one.
Yeah, this is going to be this is going to be almost impossible to recover, knowing if Queen Walkers pick up another 3-star at this point, they would need to have a 1-star defense in the mix because the percentage here is unfortunately so low. But I do have to commend Marinol because despite what's gone wrong, he came in, dropped in that backup plan, secured the 2-star, and that's what you need to do. Unfortunately, it's just not anywhere near as high as he would have liked to recover it to.
Well, that is going to be pretty much the end of it for Space Station's hopes to be able to advance in the upper bracket now with 3 2-stars in a row. The Queen Walkers and Space Station are now tied on stars with an extra round in the chamber for the Queen Walkers to fire off now. Coming back in over the top with a triple would get a 3-star lead, and the path toward a perfect. Queen Walker sending an extremely strong message in the early war that their bases are not to be trifled with and their offense is overpowering.
It certainly is. And I think that was the best display of the defense that they're bringing in. That is overpowering as well. I am definitely impressed what Queen Walkers has on the table right now, especially since they're preparing for the World Championships. I mean, think about it. They're only a week and a half away from having to put out their best bases. And they're actually still holding these up, where many teams are certainly trying to keep some secrets. They're holding back Space Station Gaming quite a bit. So if this is what we're witnessing from Queen Walkers now, and they are holding back on some secrets, I'd be a little bit scared.
Yeah, I'd be a lot bit scared, Lady B. This is arguably the best team from the Japanese region. They are a Worlds qualified team with a history that spans years. So much synergy working together as a squad, and it is really at peak performance right now for the Queen Walkers. Stars will be the next striker here. Another Law Loon hit for this lineup. Poking in with a battle blimp in this corner. Knows that there's an air sweeper there, but can power on through, not catching too many traps there. With the invis spell out for those sneaky goblins. Oh no, hold on. That's a blizzard. It's going to be shocking through to grab the town hall as well as maybe even getting this air defense on the right side if he's lucky with these chains. Looks like the super wizards are going to the left side, in fact, so he'll grab the air sweeper instead there, Lady B.
Yeah, the air defense easy to pick up along the outskirts. Getting the Royal Champion down, getting the Expo down, huge on this one. And the fact that we've been able to take down an air sweeper here as well is going to help navigate the Lalo pathing with very little resistance. I like the spot that he's coming in with the heroes, because we're coming in for a nice deep dive for the scatter shot compartment. And we could even see some extra power beating through those walls, getting into the Eagle compartment as well, where the defending Queen would pack a mighty punch for those loons.
Yeah, it is really tricky on defense to try to keep these scatter shots spread out enough, but not so far toward the outer edges that they're an easy target for a Sui dive by these heroes, which are really going the distance here. I love seeing those heroes packed together. I've said it before on broadcast that when you can keep all 3 heroes working along the same edge, or into the same corner rather, that is very helpful, especially when the Barbarian King is stoking point defenses on the interior. Queen actually is able to crack all the way to the very middle of this base, and although she's already fired off her ability, that's a pretty impressive dive. Doesn't take down the multi-inferno, but I think that would have just been a lanyap, a little bonus for Stars to be able to finish off, because he looks like he has a plan to deal with it nonetheless.
The other multi didn't go down from the Royal Champion, unfortunately, as well. So he's had to already burn through a freeze for this. He's got this other freeze for the scatter shot. Doesn't have anything to help work through this multi in the core of the base. I mean, if anybody were able to keep this going, it would be Stars, knowing how incredible he is at the Lalo. And this is why he's held on to this Warden ability to get these loons safe and sound through the center pass here, Woody.
He just misses the multi again, Lady B, and that is going to be the end of this raid. Stars made a strategic decision on the fly, a tactical call.
Hold on.
No, I mean, there's an air defense on the back end. He made a tactical call. Do you think he could still have it?
I'm looking at the time, and I'm trying to figure with this baby dragon that he has in his back pocket. He's got a little cleanup, but I think the time is the biggest issue, unfortunately, for him. I think this is more of a time fail, really, than anything else.
I mean, an air defense is almost impossible to get through with this army. But nonetheless, yeah, you know, six one way, half dozen the other. Stars does not quite get the triple there. If I were to do a rollback and check as an analyst, once again, I would really want to see the bottom corner of that base, the invasion with the balloons and the Grand Warden. The decision there to hold on to the Grand Warden ability a little bit longer and pop it after the freeze on the bottom compartment had expired, I think was the deciding factor here. I don't know if he wound up actually getting a higher 2-star percentage because he did that, or if he could have missed out on the triple because of the way that played out. But I think that the alternative might have been to freeze the center Inferno and to ability Eternal Tome the bottom balloons while they were making their way through the bottom compartment. But I mean, I guess hindsight's 20/20 on that one, Lady B.
Yeah, it can be, and you know they make their best calls in these situations. Now, this isn't a lot of hope for Space Station Gaming, but we do have a little bit of a matchup. That 95% 2-star, little reprieve there means if there's more defenses coming through and some low defenses to the mix for Space Station Gaming, they could have a small turnaround. So next, Lex needs to be on point here. And coming in with the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash, we've got the Warden shaping up our path and leading through, but we're going to blimp the Town Hall, so we can come in just from the opposite side of the base and then cut that blimp across. I'm actually curious to see if he is going to use the Warden's ability timed to sail the blimp or just cut it through where he's opened up.
Yeah, so often we see that ability popped over the blimp, but especially when there's a lot of interior splash damage that these P.E.K.K.A.s are going to have to work through, that would really lend also great support toward doing that later in the raid. So Lexus has held that blimp for a very long time, and that might be his plan after all. No, he's going to pop the ability here to help just these P.E.K.K.A.s and Loons pathing into the middle. I might even like to see that blimp coming in over at the 10 o'clock position and pathing toward the Town Hall, but nevertheless, he's stuck to the plan so far, and might have even had an opportunity to switch out that Siege Machine if he thought that the early stage of the attack was going particularly well. But as is, these P.E.K.K.A.s have just melted in the interior. Queen is going really far down now, and those healers are not getting a whole lot of work done, are they, Lady B?
No, this unfortunately has not worked out for Lex. I really like the position of the jump to carry the King through it, but we've lost the P.E.K.K.A.s Super Wizards, and most importantly, the Queen with her ability to try and help through the back end of the space. I am shocked to see the patience here in dropping this blimp for that 2-star, but so far his heroes are actually doing considerably well since we've lost so much on the table. Oh, look at that tornado trap right there in front of the Town Hall. Dropped in a Loon to test it out, so he knows he has a safe passage now.
Yeah, that was a very nice move, at least on the cleanup here by Lexinos, to recognize that he had to sweep through that compartment to prevent a potential disaster, 1-star, if the battle blimp had failed to connect. But, I mean, it's as little, I guess it's as most as we can give them to just kind of say, well, it wasn't a 1-star fail, Lady B, but Space Station have failed to connect again. And we are finding yet another 2-star, boding very poorly for their opportunity in the lower bracket. But maybe that's just due to the strength of the defenses from the Queen Walkers. Is this an OP team that is just impossible to expect even a tied-up score against? 8-6 for the Queen Walkers so far.
I think the interesting thing about this is the Queen Walkers, the way they placed, they were actually only 3rd in the last chance qualifiers. So they're coming in with a phenomenal performance offensively and defensively, considering they were not that top dog in the match. And I think a lot of people thought they had lost steam. I guess they're firing back up as we prepare for the World Championships.
Well, I think we all remember Alternate Attacks also qualified last season in the last chance qualifier as well. So them advancing through and then taking the whole thing might have been a premonition, perhaps, for Queen Walkers to do something very similar in the fall 2nd season now. So once again, we are on an even 8-8 tie in stars, but the Queen Walkers have another shot to fire off against Space Station. Klaus will be the attacker next with another super heavy golem on the ground to start for this Sui dive into a La Loon.
Yep, and bringing in the Ice Hound as well, which I think is such a beautiful combination for the Lalos, because you can just get such a nice burst of that freeze to help cover over certain defenses where we do have those multis, scatter shots, or even the Queen. I see a nice little compartmentalized area with the Queen, scatter shot, and the multi-targeting Inferno that could come into play for. But let's see the direction that he aims for as the King and Queen charge through. A lot of heavy hitting damage, so we do invest that Golem just to give a little bit more power. So we can not only take the Eagle down, but ensure that we take down the Royal Champion and the Air Sweeper.
Yeah, this is a beautiful strike into the bottom corner, and it was, I think, a foreordained conclusion that Klaus would be able to get this one. It wasn't even really that much of a risky play, and I like using Suri heroes for that purpose against compartments that are far on the exterior and are kind of sparsely defended. Even though he's going to leave up 2 scatter shots with this, he takes down an enemy hero and is able to combo off of this hero dive in the bottom corner with a Wall Wrecker and Royal Champion moving through as well. Unicorn has kept that Queen pretty safe on the inside, and she'll be able to continue pathing through and get even more damage. So didn't wind up taking down any like essential targets with that initial Sui dive, but just got so many buildings down that it's still really high value nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, the shape up of what he's done is what we really wanted to see out of this. That wall wrecker, I'm so not used to seeing them, but we're seeing them more, is so nice. Beautiful Warden Tome over here, just clips in those headhunters to help get that Queen down fast, but we still need to get to this multi. The pathing is moving around it. The majority of those loons on the outskirts have shifted. Here we go, that freeze holds it off, Woody, and we're making the approach now to the scatter shot. We need to see this freeze of the Ice Hound, though.
That was a really sneaky play on defense by Marinol. He actually set up a Tesla farm in the left side corner to distract the loons that were otherwise pathing directly toward the multi to instead go up. That forced Klaus to adjust on the fly and send in another complement of loons in the bottom left at around that 7 o'clock position in order to keep them on target for the multi. That is the sort of heads-up play that you see from pros able to get 3 stars, even in surprising circumstances. Klaus now with an overwhelming victory with a haste to swag and 2 freezes as well. This was just a smashing success for the Queen Walkers, and if you thought that they were slipping up with a 2-star just in the past hit, they have really come back guns blazing for another triple to set the score at 11-8 now, Lady B.
I would have given some extra swag points to Klaus for those freezes, except he didn't drop them down quick enough. We just missed them right at the tail end. So no swag points for him, but man, it's nice to see Klaus just coming in full form. And he's known for his creativity. Everybody knows to look out for Klaus when it comes to the craziest attacks, but he also showcases his exceptional ability for these clean and stunning Lalos, which, as you mentioned, with the Tesla farm there, the position of the loons that he had going for the multi was necessary. So holding back, and positioning loons in that particular way is going to keep carrying you through. He's not going to be susceptible to any of those tricks that players have up their sleeves.
Well, let's see how Crazy Ryan can close this out. Space Station looking for their first triple of the war. Can they get it here and now with a Queen charge to start? Being very conservative on the healer drops as he sends in a loon to check around for seeking air mines right when that Queen gets lowest, but she'll be able to recover after all, crack into the compartment, and find her way toward an air defense and a multi-target Inferno. Crazy Ryan sees a lot of value on this right side corner for this Queen charge to start off with, and if you can keep this Unicorn alive, that would be really preferable here. Drops in a loon, and that will just barely manage to do it, Lady B.
Yeah, so Queen's on for a nice course. We want to just work her inside this wall, but it's not going to happen. She's not going to go for this expo. She's going to continue to ping away. She still has ample opportunity. Actually, we've got the openings in the walls to help carry her across, but I'll wonder if he's going to bring in this King to try and keep her a little bit more on track and help take care of that defending BK, because really, we can position quite a bit through to charge this Queen along right down towards the Town Hall. And we still have the log launcher to actually come into play here. We're going to see this helping with all of the heroes.
ability forced out for Crazy Ryan, and that's pretty unfortunate. He even brought a headhunter in there to help with BK, as you mentioned, but I think he was really hoping to keep that ability for a little bit later in the raid. As it stands now, he's forced to freeze the Inferno Tower to keep the Queen safe, and looks like he's going to be missing once again on the offense there. Has to drop another freeze now and gets the BK ability out on his own, maybe trying to insulate against the Inferno. It does catch its attention, and if the Queen could just dive in a little bit deeper, slowed down by Ice Golems, she'll get the shots off after all. Can't she take it down? That's a rage spell committed just for the Inferno. Crazy Ryan having to spend a lot early on, but is it worth it? Might just be. He's making his way to the back end of this base, and there's not a whole lot left defending against it. The Town Hall will be the last line of defense here, Lady B.
This charge is stunning. This is what he's known for. These beautiful super wall breakers cutting that Queen straight through the core of the base is perfection. Crazy Ryan coming in with a nice and strong finish for Space Station Gaming. They know it wasn't enough to do what they wanted to do today against Queen Walkers, but they are able to leave this match with their heads held high as they work towards into the lower bracket. 25 seconds left to go. He's got the dragon up, which is going through the poison bomb, but the Queen's got full health to finish off the job, Woody.
Just looking a little bit iffy there relative to the storages that were up on the left side. I was like, if the Queen had to split off and crack over walls to reach those, that would have been a tricky spot. But he was able to salvage it. He kept his head on straight. He had a good plan early on, executed it well, and it wasn't the overwhelming victory that we had seen from Queen Walkers in the past, but it was the best attack so far from Space Station, able to get the triple on the board, and at least when the scoreboard is totaled up at the end and players are looking back to see how things went, there is 11 stars to Space Station's name. They made a triple happen despite a really tough base setup from the Queen Walkers, coming in at the very end to get that one off, Lady B.
And I think finishing off on a high note like that is needed when you wind up in that lower bracket, just to power your way through. I mean, if we look back at yesterday's match, we had Hagira Metal, who had an 11-star war as well, and they went down into the lower bracket and defeated Tribe in a 14 to 12-star matchup. So they were able to kind of switch gears on that and try and force their way along. Unfortunately, met their demise to QSFN, but it still shows that having that motivation going into it can help out quite a bit and change the mindset. But let's see how Queen Walkers finish off, as they're going to be moving forward into the upper bracket finals to fight their way for one of those chances into tomorrow's finals. And we have Yuta, of course, with that final spot. Always takes this as a team captain. And he's got the Queen Charge Drag Rider. Now, Woody, this particular attack is actually running probably around a 50% hit rate in most leagues. So we do see some players that absolutely excel at it. So I always feel like it's a questionable one.
I think that this has just become the default attack strategy for pros now. Whenever you don't really exactly know what to toss out of base, Queen Charge Dragon Rider always gets solid value. And so when you have a lot of time to prepare, as Yuta 14 has had to try to figure out the pathing for this is the 5th attacker on his team, as the 10th attacker in the war. He has had the most time of anyone to try to figure this base out, and if they've got a solid plan, they might be able to pull off the triple. After all, as you mentioned, 50% hit rate is not bad by any means, but often you would prefer to see a Laloon strike if you felt like a base was vulnerable to it. With air defenses pushed to the very outer extremes of this base on all 4 corners, maybe he just didn't think that that was going to be a possibility here, and is instead relying on a bit more guaranteed of a 2-star approach to finish this thing off.
Oof, that King struggled at the 3 o'clock compartment. So we still have the multi-standing. Has to adjust a little bit more of this path. Drops in the Stone Slammer to do it. We still have the Queen targeting for that Town Hall, but doesn't have the super wall breakers to open this up for her. Just has to beat her way through. She still has her ability, so he knows that she's going to be fine to get this done. Now, bringing in that Stone Slammer and the Royal Champion has actually helped cut the path for this, and is going to lead ideally into the core where we have the multi and where we could have the majority of those red air bombs.
Very nice invisibility spell here from Yuta, protecting both the healers and the Archer Queen on that bottom corner while she takes down the Town Hall. Very unfortunate that she has to pass through that poison, though. couldn't take out the storage on the outer edge, and that's going to require her to force the ability. Still a minute left for cleanup and not too many defenses, just a scatter and an air defensive on the left side. There is good spread for these Dragon Riders. They're not going to be soaking very much splash damage. Ooh, ouch! A big salvo of Seeking Air Mines goes off, and those bombs are cracking into them. Nonetheless, it is not going to be enough to deny you to 14. The Dragon Master, the Queen Walkers soar on through to another 3-star and a 14-star performance overall, smashing success on a +3 hat-trick point lead over Space Station Gaming.
Oh, this is a beauty of a war for Queen Walkers, definitely dominating and showing why they've made it into the World Championships this year. This is the kind of performance we're expecting to see offensively and defensively, we're going to have one heck of a World Championships on our hands. But for Space Station Gaming, we will get to see them playing a little bit later in the lower bracket. Still yet to determine who they're going to have to face off against. We're going to see NY Amazing facing off against Tompanai Empire. So I don't know. I would say, you know, for either one of those teams, do you want to have to go against Space Station Gaming? Would you want to have to go? Well, I definitely wouldn't want to go against Queen Walkers now after that.
Oh yeah, I mean, a percentage win is tricky. A 1-star win is tight. A 2-star win is convincing, but a 3-star win is total domination for the Queen Walkers, arguably the best in this lineup. But with that war out of the way now, we are ready for a quick step away from the action as we get our clans ready for the next lineup. Stick with us, and we will have the next war just right after this. Howdy y'all and welcome back to Clash Masters. We are deep into our playoffs now, where Group B has already seen a brutal defeat for Space Station Gaming as the Queen Walkers trounced them 14-11 in the first round. They move on to the upper side of this bracket, but we have got another great war heading off. My name's Woody, and Lady B, why don't you kick off that war for us?
Oh, yes, we've got incredible action coming in to follow what was already incredible. NY Amazing facing off against Tompanai Empire in this upper bracket semis. And we're going to see who's going to actually get to face off against Queen Walkers in the upper bracket finals and who will have to go face off against Space Station Gaming in the lower bracket final later today. Now, little thing here is we've got NY Amazing, who actually lost in the second qualifiers to SSG. But then they beat SSG in the third qualifier. So we could have kind of an interesting lower bracket on our hands depending on how this one turns around. And of course, we know that Tompanai Empire is a world championship team. We will be getting to see them in just a couple of weeks playing for the big prize, but they're also playing here. And they actually made their way through in the last chance qualifier. So very similar to Queen Walkers. We didn't get to see them really much until then.
Right, they were waiting in the wings the whole time, but a skilled team and a world's qualified one at that. Tompanai Empire feeling confident that they could make it through to the very end, and they've done it now, but it's a tough bracket to be sure. Highly skilled teams on both sides of this round, just as the same as before. Will it be as much of a blowout, or will we see a tighter finish for NY Amazing and Tompanai Empire? NY Amazing will be leading the charge with a P.E.K.K.A. Smash, 2 jump spells here for the relatively tightly compartment on the inside here, as well as a Siege Barracks for some overwhelming firepower. NY Light is really committing a lot of offense to this attack and is just kind of relying on that to power all the way through.
Yeah. Now, I'm really excited to see what NY Amazing is going to be bringing defensively, because we've seen some weird stuff coming from them in the previous qualifiers that they played through, where they had a lot of ring-style bases. So they could be throwing a loop to Tompanai Empire potentially, as we saw with the Fallion recently. But we've got the Warden. This is a long push. If we're getting that scatter shot taken down, this Warden is taking quite a bit of time, and we really don't want to sacrifice much more than a minute on this. Otherwise, we do run that risk of a time fail. Rages up those healers, but most importantly, that helps just push the Warden a little bit faster and get him back in line to start off with this P.E.K.K.A. Smash push.
Yeah, a lot of time spent on the early stage, and I'm feeling a little bit leery about that. NY Light really needs to go quick and hard through the interior here with this P.E.K.K.A. army, because a minute 45 and he still hasn't even breached the walls of the outer edge yet. He is going to have to go lightning fast. Those 3 rage spells can help out a bit here now. Good pathing at least. The funneling is nice here, but there is a lot left to be done, Lady B.
There really is. We'll see if he can speed through this. The Town Hall being the last thing that he has to secure here. Always leaves a little bit of a risk, but particularly since we're running pretty light on time. Now the Hawks come out, we get a little extra reinforcement of them coming through, and I always like the positioning when they can cut across the path of that Royal Champion, because that helps allow her to reserve her ability a little bit longer. And she's not in that inline position for the single targeting Inferno, so we won't really necessarily be able to see that reserve for that portion of the base, which means Queen has to take it on. She is there, she burns through that ability, and will be able to take it down.
Firing away on the backer edge now. NY Light is cleared to finish this thing off. Queen takes a lot of damage and might wind up going down, but we still have quite a bit of offense along that bottom side there. Look at all those wizards and witches ready to just pulverize through the last remaining defenses, which are easily accessible even over the walls. It's getting a little bit tricky here toward the end, but commits the final bowler and baby dragon there to the top side, splashing over those walls. It's going to be no problem at all. NY Light for a convincing 3-star start against Almolin's base.
Yep, this is a great way to kick off the war. And we talked a little bit about Tompanai, a little bit about NY Amazing, but they actually faced off against each other in the third qualifiers. But It was Tomp and I who lost out to NY Amazing in the round of 8, and they lost 13-12. So this is almost like a redo. I'm sure there's a little bit of grudge match going on in this one, but NY Amazing just starting off probably as good on the same foot that they did in that previous matchup.
Yeah, certainly. At any time you get two teams that have faced off against each other, and teams that know each other so well, having watched them compete at the top levels, both within this event and others across the Clash of Clans esports scene, this is not just two giants, but unknown, kind of walking toward each other, questioning what's going to happen. I think that they know a lot about the base building styles and attacking preferences of their opponents. And so as we saw in COC Worlds with Aphelion Esports, our Clash Masters ticketed team that got to move on, it's all about knowing your opponent, setting up bases that they are not good at taking down, and being able to take advantage of expectations here. We have a ring base now that Rigo Torres is going to have to figure out.
Yeah, so this is kind of what they had up their sleeves in the previous matches that they had played through Clash Masters. So, you know, we're going to see if this is going to work out for them. Obviously, they made it this far to the playoffs, so it did for them in the past, and it also worked for Aphelion, using those anti-2-star bases to really try and hold off some heavy-hitting teams. Now, the Queen charging through, the main thing that we have to try and focus on is a funnel for a ring base. For any attack strategy, it's important, but particularly with these, because the pathing's just too loose and easy to pull around and distract. So the main target is getting that Queen in line to the core of the base for the Town Hall.
She's making her way downtown. It's got a little bit of a balloon complement overhead to try to soak for seeking air mines, but this is excellent work from Rigo Torres to get all the way to the center of a base that was really trying to keep attacking forces out of the middle. A stab from the Queen, though, is just enough firepower to take down the Town Hall, and with those healers prepped and ready to protect, Multi is finished off. Rigo Torres has got a beautiful entry point now. He's got a single Lava Hound and a Stone Slammer to be soaking damage for these 19 loons that he's brought, with only 2 air defenses up on Neon's base. I think Rigo Torres is well on his way to a triple.
Oh, he certainly is. That King's done beautiful work distracting the Hound and clearing out the path to get that Queen right in place to take on and secure the Town Hall being taken down. Stone Slammer coming in from the outside edge of the base, distracts the scatter shot, giving those loons the opportunity to sneak right in there and take on those surrounding defenses. With this Royal Champion and the Seeking Shield intact, we've got more than enough power to get this done. I think, unfortunately for Neon, that was a bad call to use against Rigo Torres.
Tricky setup, but Rigo Torres will be able to take it down. Very, very well done. This was even more overwhelming a finish than the previous hit. And with the shield flying all the way across the map, doesn't manage to connect onto the Dark Electro Storage for some reason. But nevertheless, Rigo Torres will get the 3-star there in stellar fashion, finishing off Neon's base without much difficulty at all. Particularly impressive as the first attacker in this war to be able to use a pretty intensive dive against a ring base successfully, and then to still have a lot of firepower left over afterwards. So Top and I Empire certainly holding their own in this opening round. A 3-3 draw so far, Lady B.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be quite an intense matchup. We know that they faced off in a 13-12 war, and I think we might see a very similar aspect to Tomp and I as we saw from Queen Walkers. They're getting fired up and ready to go for the World Championships. It's almost like they've, you know, these teams start waking up from hibernation, and we see the fire building in their bellies, and they just go ham on their opponents. So it would not surprise me to see this like a massive star count from Tomp and I today.
Yeah, Christmas feast comes early because they are gobbling up these bases, or I don't know, Thanksgiving maybe if you're in the States like we are. But a turkey dinner, the big reward for NY Amazing if they can get another 3-star now and convince Tomp and I Empire that they have to go full gas against their bases. tight wars are made by the leading teams. And as the starting team here, the leading team, NY Amazing, has the obligation now to follow up strong. This is going to be a super heavy Laloon strike with 2 lavas and a couple of ice golems as well out in front. No Queen Charge component here, just zapping straight into the interior to grab that multi-inferno. What do you make of the opening for this one, Lady B?
Yeah, so we take out the multi. This is going to help eliminate some of that potential pathing into the core of the base, where we would potentially see the damage zone, where we have all of those traps, especially the red air bombs. So what we're looking to do is make the connection with the heroes, and I noticed that he's hanging on to 1 additional lightning spell, likely to help out if there's a headhunter in that CC, especially since it's from the opposite side of the base. And once that Lalo gets going, we want to hang on to that. King and Royal Champion working very nicely together. With the King in this pocket, holding on to the ability, it will be more than enough to take down the defending AQ.
All right, well, the charge into the center has gotten the attention there of the CC troops. Big shots coming off against that hero duo there, but they're still charging in bravely nonetheless. They are definitely going to go down, but can they take an Inferno Tower with them? Looks likely. Shield has popped off there, and Neon has got a great setup now for the rest of this strike. Eagle is getting activated, so that is going to be an early target for him in this raid. Going to be a distraction from the Lava Hound out front. Soaking shots now from an Eagle. Boom! Ouch! Hurts a lot. But Poison is going to be able to nab those enemy lava pups, and with the pathing directly on top of that Eagle artillery now, taking it down and moving in on this top side with another Lava Hound. Neon is on his way toward glory. Just a little bit worried about that air defense in the top right side, as well as a scatter shot that he's going to have to keep spread out for in the top corner here, Lady B. Freezes out.
The Stones... Yeah, the Stone Sliver's taken quite a bit of time to actually move into the mix, take the lead against the Loons, but finally does work around. And the scatter shot is going to go down swift, but not before it tries to knock out a few Loons. Unsuccessfully, though. And with the switch up of the Stone Slammer, he's got the tank needed to finish off the job here. Even reserves that freeze and haste to get him out of a situation that he doesn't need to anymore. 51 seconds left on the clock. Cleanup is spread around, and Neon is in a beautiful position for this 3-star. This is full-on heavy-hitting action. Not one of these teams seem to be wanting to go into the lower bracket with the dominating hits that we've seen so far.
Very solid start for Neon of NY Amazing, followed up with another overwhelming finish. Plenty of Loons soaring in the top to get that one knocked apart. And it's going to be a 6-3-star start for NY Amazing and Stompanai Empire with no missteps by offense whatsoever. Happy to see the big guns really brought out for this second war, and a tight start between 2 really evenly matched teams that are ready to go the distance. I have no doubts at all that Stompanai Empire can continue to bring the heat and keep this one tied up at 6-6, but it really is going to be a big question about who is going to be the first to slip up with the hit rates surging higher and higher. For these teams as we get further on in the tournament, and finding out NY Amazing and Stompanai Empire, some of the highest hit rate teams in the entire lineup, stacked against each other. It still is quite possible that both of these wind up going on to the Grand Finals playoffs tomorrow. These 2 teams are super highly skilled and ready for whatever comes next.
They certainly are, and I'm questioning what if we would actually see Amualin hit next. He typically hits in that second line. I think he would be an excellent choice for that follow-up from Rigo Torres. And often we do see very similar attack strategies coming in from Stompanai. I think they've gotten comfortable, but like similar to Queen Walkers, where they have their formation of players. And Amualin, an excellent hitter, but it's not going to be him. They might say they're going to save him for later, maybe. Sending in Michael with the Zap Quake Hydra. So we swiftly take down one of the 3 Infernos. We start opening up the path that we want here. Now we still do have both Scatters and Eagles to contend with, so we need to start taking on some of that damage and actually really shaping up the formation here, because again, we see this anti-2-star ring style base coming in from NY Amazing.
Strong shot here, and Michael DP will continue his wave of destruction along this bottom side with a big dragon balloon parade, catching a sneaking air mine even, and potential to catch even more as they make their way into the base. Ooh, Dragon soaks that one, but nonetheless, Michael DP has got a very strong pancake slap to this bottom side of the base. Very big battle blimp added on, going right toward the center. That is a guaranteed Town Hall drop. A little bit of overkill if you ask me, but nevertheless, he will be pathing directly into this big bomb that's going to explode. Very unfortunate pathing for Michael to just give away so many troops early on, Lady B.
Yeah, actually, the majority of those Drag Riders and Dragons actually worked their way around it, though. The Tornado Trap, I think, helped a little bit to pull them out of that, along with the Rage. So he does still have the power left over here to get the job done, considering we still have this Royal Champion down. Just keeping our eye on the Scatter Shot. That's the one final heavy-hitting remaining item that we are most concerned with. But again, with the Royal Champion and the Invisibility spell, we should have more than enough to clear the job here.
DP tosses off the shield, and that is going to be it, Lady B. I was a little bit worried about the interior there, but there's so many dragons along the bottom side even to get the final cleanup done. Poor interior dragon catches a black bomb there, and that's going to be the end of his run. But like you said, this is just what Tompanai Empire needed. Might have been questionable on the entry, but Michael has allayed all of my concerns with a huge 3-star finish. Tompanai Empire go toe-to-toe and keep this one as tight as it could possibly be. After 4 attacks, there has yet to be a fail.
This is where it starts building, and I feel each player coming in line next just has to feel that pressure building up here, that, you know, you could be the one to mess it up for your team. That's that's not an easy spot to be in. You're just hoping that the person ahead of you is that one to crack, and it's not happening so far. But I think this is exactly what I expected from these two teams. What about you? Did you expect to see like a lot of triples coming in from the start, or were you expecting to see the defenses?
Yeah, hoping that the person ahead of you is the one to crack. You're starting to remind me of the Squid Games here, but nevertheless, I think that with a 5-5 match, there's not ever really an opportunity to be the weak link in the chain. This is such a tight war that across the board, regardless of your positioning, you have to be solid and ready to commit fully. Whether you're an early attacker who has very little time and has to put something together that they can just kind of hope can make it work against a base that seems to be weak, or whether you're a later attacker that has a really tough base but a little bit more time to prepare, think about it, and try to put together a well-executed attack. NY Amazing and Tompanai Empire both know the stakes for this war. Tied up at 6-6, this might be the tightest start that either of them have seen in a long time, and might wind up being the tightest match that we see all day. So NY Amazing with the chance to start this one off again at an even keel to try to keep that momentum lead. They can't guarantee advancement even with a pickup here, but they do have every opportunity now to continue their push toward that win. Sue will be striking the left side corner with the Queen charge, nabs an air defense, and a scatter shot. Really two crucial targets for a Queen charge Dragon Rider push.
With these Queen Charge Log Launcher Drag Riders, I'm always a bit concerned, only because it's a long line drive to the Town Hall. We often see a lot of traps in these areas, so more and more we're actually seeing healers come out of them, but it doesn't mean that it's enough to actually have your Queen survive. And we do have that single targeting Inferno right there in front of the Town Hall, especially with the Queen taking on so much damage here from the CC. We have to try and not force that ability. He's handled it superbly well so far. And it looks like we did have those wounds, and I think another healer come into the mix for the Queen. So she seems to be in a strong position, but he still needs to stay focused on keeping her going through that single.
Yeah, Invis is out, and with a rage as well. That is the focus you were looking for, Lady B. Cracks down that single Inferno, and that Queen's going to have very little trouble along that top edge unless something disastrous happens to those healers. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the base, the Eagle is down. The Eternal Tome from the Grand Warden, happy to protect these Loons and Dragon Riders as they make their way over to the right side. Oh, sneaky Tesla Farm's going to pop up, and that might keep even more value for this free spell. catches one Tesla there, and I kind of wonder if he could have gotten more value there. Maybe he was trying to shut down those Skellies to keep the Royal Champion safe a little bit longer, but it's not going to be a freeze in the topside air defense. So with the ability pop from the Royal Champion getting some excellent value against so many Teslas, does lose the healers to that air defense in the top corner there for that Archer Queen, but nonetheless, Stu has gone a whole lot longer than we might have otherwise expected, and this is going to be another big super strike from these Dragon Riders. Triple is undoubtedly the result here, and another overwhelming shutdown by this base set up by Metro.
And this is a stunning attack, lightning fast for this. The Drag Riders can actually take quite a bit of time, especially when you're going in with that Queen charge and you're worrying about getting the Town Hall secured. But he risked it. He got those Drag Riders going in, and oh man, he was hanging on the edge with that Queen right there in getting the invisibility spell down. But I think Stu is well seasoned enough to know that he can manage it. But that could have been a very, very costly slip. Had the Queen died out too early, we would have really suffered trying to get that Town Hall down.
May very well have indeed, but not this time around. Great planning and good execution to NY Amazing for another triple there by Sue. You got to take risks sometimes, Lady B, and it's good to call them out and recognize them for what they are, because calculated risks are all about how to get wins here in Clash of Clans esports, especially the top levels where these bases are not going to have any obvious glaring weaknesses. You have to be willing to apply a little bit of pressure here and there to try to get a crucial target finished off that, if it gets taken out, will guarantee a triple in the follow-up. So NY Amazing take a little bit of risk here, especially in the mid-war. It's not the biggest issue, and something that they felt quite confident about doing after all is going to be good for them nonetheless. So let's go ahead and take a look next at Tompanai Empire, who have to get another triple up there to go the distance against NY Amazing. And we're getting to the point now, Lady B, where we have to start asking, are these attackers factoring in the time spent on their attacks? That is the tiebreaker if we do wind up having the unthinkable perfect v perfect war. We've seen perfect wars before in Clash Masters, but I don't think we have ever gone on a 30-star war before.
I don't think so either. So we'll have to see. And I think if we were in that factor, the attack that we just saw was a smart move to keep the time in mind here. So Michio with the Hydra, and we do have the clone spell to come in for that blimp to help surround the outlying defenses, which will keep the path a little bit more tight and just force the dragons along the inside edge rather than having to go through that poison bomb, which is a must here. Let's see if this timing is right. Pops it in place. We want to get this just a little bit early so we get to the Town Hall, but we also need to make sure that we can clip it right towards the end of the Warden's aura. Ooh, it's getting held off though.
Oh my, not a great start here, but hold on, the Eternal Tome protects. Great free spells there, even shutting down an air sweeper, but they are going to be pushed back nonetheless. Those dragons are having a mighty difficult time toward the back end. Gets another freeze out for that sweeper and scatter shot compartment, but not able to lock onto that enemy Royal Champion with it. Finally drops another one to try to get the job done. Dragon Riders on the top right side, though. Don't discount them, because they could be the finishing cleanup here, even if these dragons themselves go down. And I think Metro is looking at another triple.
Oh yeah, with that Royal Champion and her Seeking Shield, this is a done deal. I take it back on the last attack, because this is coming in lightning fast, and I don't know, the way Tompanai is flying through these bases, if it does come down to time, this was a huge help. We'll have just about a minute left on the clock by the time Michio finishes with this, just having to get through a couple of those storages. And it's a done deal here, Woody.
Yeah, a fast flood. The final fixture for Metro in the back end of this base. Overwhelming defenses and blotting out the sun. That sky just covered with balloons, dragons, dragon riders all across. And the 3-star is the well-earned result for Tompanai Empire, going toe-to-toe and keeping that 9-9 score line between these two playoff squads. Lady B, if I could have just asked them to do this, I don't know if I could have been more happy with the results that we have seen so far from attackers on both lineups. I got a question though. Is there something about the base building maybe that could see improvement from one of these two teams, or is just the offense too OP to stop any of them?
I think a lot of this relies heavily on the offense of these teams. They're very, these are exceptional players. They're very well versed in these attack styles, and they're both great at air. So I think, you know, they can understand each other's bases quite a bit. I think the one downside, actually, for each of them is Tompanai is preparing for the World Championships, so they're looking to hold back some of their good base builds, even though we saw Queen Walkers really firing away defensively. But for NY Amazing, we've been seeing them with this combination of the anti-2 star bases, those ring-style bases, and I don't know that it's paying off for them the same way that we've seen it pay off for Aphelion, just making, maybe not making the right adjustments to them to bait players like Rigo Torres or Michael into failing through. But I think, I also think that for Tompanai, they're really staying focused on those particular style bases as they're preparing for the Worlds.
Yeah, that was something that slipped and caught MCES by surprise at the last chance qualifier. A team that has had so much competitive history and success in the past, focused on the esports meta, gets a little bit flat-footed when they land against an opponent who is willing to use rings. But that has not been a problem for either of the teams here so far, who have plenty of experience, not just in esports settings, but also fighting in legend leagues, seeing so many different styles of bases that nothing is really going to surprise them at all. So GYY from NY Amazing will be the next to move in. A Queen Charge in the left corner will grab nothing crucial that that catches my eye so far in that left corner, especially for a Hog Rider heavy army here. They're going to be focused mostly on those splash defenses like Scatters, the Eagle, multi-target Infernos. It's that center compartment that could be troublesome here. So good stab by GYY's BK there to grab that enemy Queen. Meanwhile, the attacking Queen is going to need a free spell stacked on for her to be able to take out that single target Inferno without any trouble. And I think that GYY has got a good start so far for what he's got to do.
Yeah, I really like this path because we've got that opening right past the builder hut, the builder base. So we can work our Queen through that. The King's actually sectioned off this pathing. What I'm excited to see is what he's going to do with this blimp. If he's going to use this blimp maybe to, well, we could use it for the town hall if we want to force a Queen into the core of the base, but I would think maybe Yeti Blimp would be better suited and comes through. We do have it for the scatter shot. I honestly was hoping to see it for the multi-targeting Inferno.
Yeah, maybe he's hoping that his Queen on the left corner can path toward the multi. I'm not entirely sure what the idea is here. No, she's going to walk toward the top. So, yeah, like you mentioned, that multi-Inferno in the center is deadly for Hogs. He does get some fortunate trap triggers out there on the bottom side while that Eternal Tome was triggered, but with potentially seeing giant bombs, spring traps, GYY has got his work cut out for him to finish along the outer edge, especially with the Hogs splitting up like this. No good news for an attacker who needs to keep them well insulated and protected through the final stage of this base. We're going to see the ability popped off there for the World Champion, knocking down a few exterior buildings. But like you said, Lady B, it's these multi-Infernos that are going to be the death knell for this style of attack. He's holding on to an invisibility spell and still has the Archqueen ability, though.
Yeah, and he has a this Royal Champion's actually more than enough to get the job done. The pathing was wonky, and I would say not ideal. I did not want to see him force those Hogs through, but even worse, I didn't want to see that split that came down. But he handled this well. He played his cards right. And the problem with that split that we had was that he had to decide which section to use the heal on. He chose correctly, got those Hogs through the core where the Royal Champion was, and this gave him just enough power to get through those defenses, but we still need to finish with the cleanup. Royal Champ needs to hop over these walls fast and work our way through, but it does look like we have the Wizards coming. Oh, never mind! Good place, Spring Trap might hold this off. No, he's got
that's
this.
Enough damage. It's barely there, but hey, that is actually not great news for NY Amazing. The average attack duration for NY Amazing has been much longer than that of Tompanai Empire. So if we actually do wind up having a tiebreaker come down to time, NY Amazing prior to this round had a 2-minute and 31-second average attack, while Tompanai Empire had just a 2-minute and 12-second attack. So this is going to be decisively tipped in Tompanai's favor if we do wind up having a perfect v perfect. Still, can't rely on that outcome as Tompanai Empire with 2 attacks remaining, and NY Amazing having only 1 that they have to triple. This one is so evenly matched that if you were a betting woman, Lady B, which side would you put your chips on the table for? NY Amazing or Tompanai Empire?
Oh, this is tough. You know, because like the minute I say anybody, I'm going to be told that I've just jinxed a team. I think I'm.
You have the power, Lady B.
I'm gonna abstain here. I'm not picking anybody. I'm not picking anybody. I mean, this really, it's a coin toss for this one. And we do have React. Again, look at this. We've got more of those ring-style bases. This feels a little bit risky, though, having to come in with this towards the final end, because we can see these potentially 1-star. Has a blimp sailing through for the Town Hall, clips it through the Warden ability, but we need to get in there. And the blimp is getting pushed back. This is crucial that he gets this Town Hall taken down.
Against most bases, you want to have a very surgical entry point with carefully timed spells and really light touches on those abilities. But against a base that has just jumped all of the defenses just like that, React has failed to get a good entry point, and even dumping pretty much every spell in the book, it was not enough to power through that entry point. And as we see now, Lady B, with an Eagle Artillery still up, and a Royal Champion ability, really the only offensive stack left for this base, I think React is going to slip up here. Tompanai Empire might miss the triple.
Yeah, they are indeed going to miss the triple on this one. Sending in the drags the way he did, you know, I've seen this particular approach at these bases, and every once in a while you see your drags or even E-Dragons filter around the Town Hall and the Poison Bomb. Unfortunately, it was not the case here for React. He lost everything before he can work his way through. And that's unfortunately the risk that you run with this kind of approach. If you're not going in the surgical method, cutting through the base and really just narrowing out your course to work along the outside edge, this is unfortunately what you wind up with.
A 2-star in the middling 80% here, and Tompanai Empire misses their chance to secure a victory. With the slip up now, it is all about the percentage for the final strike by NY Amazing. Anything better than an 84% 2-star will guarantee advancement for them in the upper bracket. While missing out on that target gives Tompanai Empire the chance to come over ahead with a 3-star of their own to try to eke out a win against an opponent who has just shown no weaknesses whatsoever. Brick wall defense in that last round and a steady, strong offense throughout. NY Amazing might just have a perfect war against a world-class team in Tompanai Empire.
Oh, they just might. I think this was a determining factor, just finding that initial break, and I do expect to see NY Amazing absolutely capitalize off of it. You know, and with an 84%, it's not a terrible percentage, but it's not really where we're seeing most players failing off at. You want to typically hit high around that 90, even 95% mark these days, because most players, when they are failing, are hitting it very, very close. But this is why you do see teams bringing in the anti-2-star bases, knowing that they can actually even wind up with a bit of a lower percentage depending on the approach, and that was just the right one to bring in.
Right, you are. NY Amazing just need to get a solid 2-star 85% to guarantee advancement. Now, that is a very good position to be in, particularly for a squad that is leading off. A lot of the times, the advantage is for the trailing squad, the last to attack, because the bar has been set for them, and they know what they have to surpass in order to overcome. In this case, though, the foot is on the other shoe, where the leading team knows exactly what they have to do now, because they've been able to keep those 3 stars all across the first 4 strikes. NY Amazing are now very comfortably positioned to not have to take a major risk here in this last attack. 2-star 84% is pretty much achievable with just a I don't want to call it a spam sort of queen charge dragon rider, but that's the sort of attack that we've seen in the past get success across the board against any base. But Shuai will seemingly still try to make this 3-star happen after all with a queen charge la low. That is instead going to be a very clever, tricky, smart style attack. 2 centralized multi-target Infernos, the primary defensive center for this base. A very tricky nut right in the core that he's going to have to try to crack.
Yeah, and he does have a jump, so I expect to see that queen working her way along inside, just starting to clear out some of the passage to the town hall for the blimp to come in and take it down, and then we can set our queen's course leading a little bit deeper inside this base. But first, got to contend with that CC Hound, just hanging her up a little bit and already lining up the path. You can see it right there for that king to work his way into the scattershot compartment as well.
Shuai's going to soak a little bit of damage on that healer clump there from the town hall. Unfortunate start for this queen to lose her healers, and that might be the defensive pickup that React has got to hope for now. Losing the Archer Queen charge on the bottom corner is very, very good news for the defense.
It is, and I like that Zapquake combination. So we've distracted those builders. We get the town hall taken down nice and fast. I was trying to see if that was a single on the backside of it as well that also went down there. So really helping out to clear this out. But unfortunately, we lost the queen way too early, and we're not going to get the value needed. Shuai knows that all that needs to be done here is get that 85% 2-star, which is achievable. With Lalos, for the most part, it's just a lot lost that was invested troop capacity-wise with the healers. So Royal Champion needs to take some cover here, do some work, get down those multis so we can pick up the percentage.
This is a panic-stricken man, Lady B. At this point, you've only got a minute left, and he is just jumping on the field now. This might have been the plan from the start, but it is not going according to his designs at all. Sweepers pushing back the balloons in the center of the base that are trying to make their way through the multi, but there's just not enough of them to get all the way through. Early ability is popped, and with the Eagle Artillery raining hellfire down on these loons, this is a tricky finish to be sure. They're going to pass for the multi, which is not what Shuai wanted. He actually wants to stay on the exterior edges and get that safe 2-star 80%. Look, he's holding on to a jump spell. 30 seconds left, and he's way, way short of the finish that he needs. 85% guarantees victory, but I don't know if he can make it.
He can't make it. He's got the giant, he's got the sneaky goblin, but he doesn't have enough to get 10. He'd have to get 12% here on the board. Warden goes down, Eagle goes down, and 8 seconds left, Woody. He's not even trying. I think at this point he knows it is a done deal. This gives the opening to Tomp and I to clutch it with a triple. I did not expect this coming. With a queen charge Lalo, typically you are going to hit in the 80 to 90% range when you don't triple. This would have been the easy approach to come in with, but that queen dying out early, getting absolutely zero value, hurt, especially with the follow-up of the king and the royal champion not able to pick up, along the outskirts and the inside of the base. You're in shock.
Shuai!
I know.
You blew it.
You blew it, Shuai. You blew it. You had an easy shot. All you had to do was walk in and get the 2-star 85%, my man. What was going through your mind? Al-Mualim from Top and I Empire with the ultimate punish opportunity now. The chance to come in clear and convincing and shut down these aggressive, these troublemakers, these naughty dealers. NY Amazing had an easy one, but they will leave the door wide open for Top and I Empire to smash through and break it down. Can he do it though? A 3-star is by no means guaranteed, and nothing short of that is sufficient for Top and I Empire to get the win and stay in the upper bracket.
Oh, it is not guaranteed yet. Al-Mualim needs that 3-star, and he feels that the Queen Charge Lalo is his way to do it, where Shuai also hoped that that was going to be their safe approach, but did not work out for him. We'll see if Al-Mualim can capitalize off of that very nice use of the bowler to shape up the funnel here for the queen value, and the king is going to keep forcing everything, pushing through inside that base. We want to work our way right there towards that scatter shot and get that queen a little bit deeper in as well.
through with the Loon up the top, trying to catch a Seeking Earmine. Doesn't find it just yet. Lots of damage stacked on that Queen. And oh, man. Oh, no! It cracks the ability, unfortunately. Even with the protection from the invisibility spell, you can't stop the scatter shot. Rage is now activated to try to salvage this stab, and Almolin is going to be missing a big offensive boom that he was maybe relying on into the interior now. Eagle Artillery is activated, starting to fire away at this attack, but not hitting those Loons just yet. Almolin's got a really, really nice entry point here, and it's going to protect him with Eternal Tome all along the outer edge of this front. They are spreading out now, finding lots of great targets. Freeze is raining down all over the base. The Queen is still up. The Loons are still up. They're making their way toward the scatter. Can they knock it down, Lady B?
Oh, I think they can. The Queen right there on the single, taking care of some of the back-end defenses here as the Loons have stunning pathing. We still have this Royal Champ who launches her Seeking Shield to get through some of the majority of those remaining defenses. 52 seconds left to go. Smart move to hang on to these extra 2 Loons to help distract the defenses on the back end. Can even come into play for cleanup once those defenses are down. Al-Mu'allin has surely done it, has brought Tompanai Empire through into the upper bracket match, but they will have to face off against Queenwalkers, who has put up one heck of a battle. Considering these two have gone 14 stars each, this is going to be an incredible lineup. Kudos to Al-Mu'allin bringing it home for Tompanai.
Ye stiff-necked and uncircumcised louts! You aggressive, naughty do-batters! I can't say what I mean in my heart, Lady B, because this should have been the easiest walk-away win from NY Amazing, and instead, their puffed-up chest, their aggressive attitude, their, we'll get the perfect war, just watch us, 15 is easy. No, not this time around. NY Amazing shut down, and on the easiest win opportunity that they could have had, the chance for a perfect was too tantalizing for them to give up, and with that fall from grace, they will now be cast down ignominiously into the lower bracket as Tompanai Empire once again expand their domain, and with the punishing blow, force their opponents into a tricky match now against Space Station Gaming. Take a look at the bracket, Lady B, and let us know what's on your mind.
Oh, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting, that throw at the end, unfortunately. So we've got Space Station Gaming, who will be facing off in the lower bracket against NY Amazing. But first, we're going to actually get to see Queenwalkers facing off against Tompanai Empire. That is going to be one heck of a match, Woody.
It sure will be, Lady B, and we are excited to see it coming ahead next. We have got a lot riding on this next line, because in the upper bracket, victory guarantees advancement to the grand finals of the playoffs taking place tomorrow. The top 4 teams. Not an easy place to assume your position, but with an undefeated run through the playoffs, you will certainly be a favorite, even among these champions, to move on next. Meanwhile, the lower bracket is a tricky spot. Elimination for the next team that drops. The next 2 wars are the crucial ones for these squads. Undefeated matchup and a matchup for elimination loom ahead, Lady B.
Oh, they certainly do. I gotta ask you though, who are you predicting to before we get into this matchup and go to a short break? Who are you predicting for the win in the upper bracket?
I say it, Lady B. It is a tricky one indeed. I would say my prediction though is going to lie on the side of. Golly. Man, you demurred on the last chance, so I don't know if I have to answer this time. Do I have to be the betting man now when you wouldn't be the betting woman? But nonetheless, I'll go with Tompanai Empire in this one. I think that they did get a little bit of a slip up there in their 4th attack and gave NY Amazing the opening opportunity. But even with that big letdown, they kept their heads on straight, persevered through the final and 5th strike there to get the 14-star finish. And although I don't think that they're going to have an easy run against the Queenwalkers, which are an amazing team on their own, this is a Worlds matchup, Lady B. Both of these teams are qualified for the Clash of Clans World Championship Finals, and I think that maybe, just maybe, I can give Tomp and I a little bit of tip of the hat on maybe a 55-45 advantage for them. What do you think?
Okay. Well, I'm going to go with Queen Walkers for it. And I agree. This is going to be a world championship matchup that we have on our hands. So if you want to catch it, just hang tight, stay tuned, and we'll be right back with it right after this break.
Howdy y'all, and welcome back to Clash Masters, the hottest esports tournament around. We have got an awesome show for you, finishing up our playoffs today in the second group stage, where the upper bracket sees two undefeated teams squaring off. The Queen Walkers and Tompanai Empire emerging victorious on huge star performances from their last wars, while the bottom bracket has got an elimination round ahead. My name's Woody, and I'm pleased to be co-casting today with Lady B.
Hey, so yeah, we've got some heavy hitters in the mix here, a lot of 14 stars, but for that lower bracket, Space Station Gaming came up a little bit short to match up against any three of these teams. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to step up their game later on today, but we do get to see, first off, Queen Walkers facing off against Tompanai Empire. You said it earlier, this is a World Championship caliber war, considering that these two teams will be playing in the World Championships in just a couple of weeks. So we get a little bit of a preview that I am certainly excited to see. But Woody, do you think that these teams are holding back some of the secrets they might have in store for the World Championships?
Well, they may have a little bit more left to give us, but I don't think that they're going to be holding back with so much on the line right now in Clash Masters. So they're going to have another couple of weeks to prepare for the World Championships and build some different bases, maybe test out some different strategies. But for now, it is just going to be top level, best that they can, all out offense. Stadra moving in with a heavy golem in front of this P.E.K.K.A smash, complemented with 3 witches. Pretty heavy, long duration exposure for this base. You need to keep those witches safe when you rely so heavily on them for damage, but that can provide a little bit of protection for a single target Inferno, perhaps, maybe distract and confuse defenses on the backside. So a bit of an interesting tech play here from Stadra. What do you make of it, Lady B?
Yeah, a little interesting from this one, but we do have just kind of the same component that we go in with. We want this Warden to work his way around the scatter shot, take this down, start setting up the path leading into that town hall. So we'll be working our way towards that Eagle compartment here, getting in that log launcher and making that pass. He's taking just about the right amount of time before he needs to get going. As you can see, just before that 2-minute mark, drops the Queen to get the Warden towed back in.
Moving along this bottom right edge now, a little bit slowly here, but Stadra is getting good value on a massive compartment taken down. Might even lure in that enemy Royal Champion and take her out as well. There it is. Gets the pop and is going to have to use the Rage there. Otherwise, that Grand Warden would be taking a bit too much damage. Only 2 shots on him, but that was mighty close to him going down, DDB.
Mighty close, but still able to hang on and has a Queen and Warden ability working through. And we are going to need to see that as we push into the core of the base. We want to make sure that we're clipping quite a bit of everything. We want the loons to get clipped in it so they can try and push a little bit deeper in, protecting those healers as they work through the multi-section. But we most importantly need to get those P.E.K.K.As clipped in the Warden ability, because we need to make sure that they're tanking, taking the lead, and have that full force and power as we make it into the Town Hall compartment.
A lot of multi-target damage coming in from that Inferno in the center, but great protection from the Eternal Tome will keep those loons safe and on path. They're doing their best to take it down, though. Yeti's going to path in as well and help out a bit more, and Stadra does knock it apart. Big compartment on the top side, though, and only 45 seconds left to take it out. He's having to hurdle over the walls, and he's going to move in with a big old Rage spell. 3s on the Town Hall. Can he finish this off? Needs to get that Town Hall for the 2nd star, and I think he ought to be able to get that, but the triple is going to be mighty difficult, even with a lot of firepower left. It's only got 30 seconds to clean up. Still 26% of the base.
Yeah, Queen is at least making it to the Town Hall to get this taken down. It's going to be a high percentage 2-star, but 20 seconds, unfortunately, not enough with these storages up, and for the Queen to have to work through. Oh, this Warden in the Poison Bomb means we're not going to have him much longer here as well. Stadra typically able to come through with these nice, clean 3-star starts. Unfortunately, held back by Tompanai. Oh, this was not what I was expecting to see here, Woody.
No, not at all, Lady B. 88% for Stadra. A big step down from the Queen Walkers starting off really strong in their prior war. And now Tompanai Empire, a squad that is hot off of a 14-star performance, might be able to get a lead early on that Queen Walkers can never catch up to. This is a big pickup for Tompanai Empire, especially given the fact that their bases were having a lot of trouble in the previous war. The fact that they were able to hold off on the very first round of attacks means that their defense picking up against Queen Walker's offense, showing off already strong today. I think that the scales have tipped really far toward Tompanai Empire now.
I do too. I think for Tompanai, this just definitely displays the power that they're bringing. You know, if they bring the same offensive power that we saw in the last match against NY Amazing, coupled with this defensive start, that's where they're really going to shine. Now, Rigo Torres can be that one to do it. They always typically, well, always, not always, but typically line up Rigo Torres as the frontline hitter because I feel like he's the face that represents the team, but he also knocks a pretty powerful punch to his opponents. And coming in with this Queen Charge Lalo, you know you love to see it. Rigo back with the Queen Charge Lalos is definitely where we want to be. And working right in towards that Eagle compartment, we'll still have this blimp. And since the Queen's on the opposite side of the base, we're going to have to use that to get to the Town Hall.
Pushing deep and heavy in this bottom left. He's taking a lot of damage on that Queen, but Rage is going to get her top back off again. Nice and safe healers cruising along the outer edge without much fear. Just an internal enemy Archer Queen that should lock onto the attacking Archer Queen. Rigo Torres, an extremely experienced attacker, and especially with these Queen charges, knows exactly the angling to keep them safe and protected as best as he can. Gets the lock on the enemy Queen, and unfortunate to lose the Unicorn there, but nevertheless, popping a couple of Teslas on this left corner as well is more good news for the Laloon Strike, Lady B.
Yeah, so King working his way through. We're going to start clearing out some of this pathing leading towards the Town Hall, but he's certainly not going to be enough to get this taken down, but he is going to tank some of these defenses and ensure maybe a much cleaner pass through this. We still have the Royal Champion to set in place, take on the scatter shot, take on that multi-targeting Inferno, which means we're really not going to have a lot for the Loons to have to worry about, just that kind of small section of 2 compartments on the northern side.
Yeah, and I'm only a minute 10, starting to get a little bit worried now about time. Without a single star up there yet, Rigo Torres is going to really have to leverage just a haste and a rage to try to finish this thing off. Still less than a minute now, and he barely has passed over the first star mark. It is going to be a lightning quick finish here. Watch it now. Eternal Tone protecting all the way to the Town Hall. That battle blimp is going to get soaking. A big black air mine and a tornado trap here. Giant bomb goes off, but the Town Hall should still be easily cleared out. It's really just that multi-target Inferno in the bottom left compartment. I guess that's more like the left side corner now, that is still going to cause a little bit of trouble here. Having to pierce through walls. The Queen does make it through, and we'll be able to pop that down. 30 seconds now for the remaining cleanup as another single target Inferno now is going to lock onto the Grand Warden. He goes down. Single is still up, and that could be the end of this attack for Rigo Torres. Surprising that Queen Walker is coming over the top with a 2-star in the high 90s, but it's not guaranteed that he'll be able to finish off the center.
It is not. That Free's helping to get these Loons in there.
Hold on.
With the minions of the Loons crossing over to the storage, it actually is by the skin of his teeth gonna be able to get the 3-star. My goodness, this is why they bring in Rigo Torres for the start. Comes in strong even when the odds are against him.
Brilliant showing from Rigo Torres. Love to see such strong offense and paying off in droves. Really came in over the top and got exactly what the squad needed there at the very end. Kept his head on straight and with a greatly timed freeze spell there, able to knock down a single target Inferno that had otherwise caused the end of the raid. He had just enough gas in the tank left to cross the finish line, and with that triple, Tompanai Empire moving confidently ahead and above the Queen Walkers, not just on a percentage race, but on an entire star picked up, Lady B.
And that's really going to matter to them. I think you might have called, well, I don't know. It's too early to say that you called it right, Woody. But it's a really
I said 55,
promising...
45. I wasn't decisively tipped one way or the other.
It is a pretty promising start here for Tompanai to be able to display the kind of defense that they showed from the start and then follow it up with a strong 3-star. That helps, especially when you're going up against Queen Walkers. This is a team that is probably one of the best out there, and I would say probably one of my top favorites for the World Championship title this year. Let's see if they can turn this one around, though, as Gaku comes in with the Queen Charge Drag Riders.
Moving forward hard. Gaku has got a good footing here. Needs to keep this queen alive, though. He's already taken quite a bit of damage, but that's kind of par for the course for these attackers, willing to kind of edge through the queen on low hit points just to save a little bit more time on that rage spell for when they need it most. Finishes off a couple more defenses on the outer edge, and unfortunately for the pathing on this initial stab here, Unicorn's going to take some damage and might even see these healers start to get heated up a bit. Enemy Royal Champion on the defense now is going to force the retarget for the queen and require a free spell to keep these troops happy and healthy, as well as a skeleton trap. More bad news for Gaku, who's going to take a lot of damage on the interior pathing now. Pushback from that sweeper is not going to matter at all, as the healers are now at half health. Really need to dodge air bombs and skelly traps as they make their way through.
I do like this path, though. I like the way that he's handled it with the invisibility spell, ensuring that the queen navigated right inside the base. We've got 4 super wall breakers, actually, to open up path for the queen to work through, get to that town hall. And I'm trying to see the bottom side of the base and where we can lock that king into. Looks like we've started a little bit of a section of a funnel down by that scatter shot. So we could potentially use him to work in there and push those drag riders slightly veered across from it and a little bit further towards the town hall, which will already be taken down ideally.
Yeah, this is going to be a heroic stab by Gaku, making an attempt now with the queen to get deep toward that town hall, despite the firepower starting to stack up heavy against him. Clan Castle's going to creep on out, and that's another rage spell up at the top. Meanwhile, on the bottom, the Dragon Riders are doing their fair share of work, taking down a multi-target Inferno, but scatter shot remaining in that bottom left compartment is going to be a lot of unnecessary damage that Gaku might have otherwise tried to get finished off early on. Still, the Queen's going to be able to take down the Town Hall and an air defense up top, and that's going to leave these Dragon Riders without too many crucial targets to have to finish off. Single freeze takes out the Inferno Tower, and he's doing his best to power through on the right side, trying to pincer through at the end. Is a 3-star possible, Lady B?
Oh, a 3-star is possible with a Queen of Royal Champ ability. Drag Riders cutting across for that scatter shot, and the Seeking Shield just launching across the base. Gaku has this one in the bag, Woody. He's coming back strong. He knows that they're down for the count, and he's trying to ensure that they don't fall further behind.
What a finish here. Clash Masters sees some surprising turnarounds. The Queen Walkers getting that 3-star after all now will put them back into the race, still trailing their opponents now. Tompanai Empire with a strong 3-star start, but that is an impressive percentage to be at here for the Queen Walkers, 94, despite missing on a 2-star early on. This could turn out to be a very tight race if Tompanai slip up, as they have before in their previous war. Certainly, Tompanai are happy with how things are going with the first 3 attacks on the books now, but there is definitely no confident leader at this point, in my opinion. Maybe.
No, because we do expect to see Queen Walkers coming in with a defense for sure. They held strong against Space Station Gaming, so surely they'll be able to hold at least one defense against Tompanai. Now, Michael coming up second, which he did in the previous war. We saw him with a phenomenal 3-star, and I think it was pretty fast as well, the way he went about it. But we do have the Hogs in the mix, and Queen Charge to work along. Now, the Queen's working along this outer edge of the base, and a lot of times we'll see a little bit of a shift from the Queen Charge, but we also have the Blimp in play. I like that we've been seeing a lot of combinations of Queen Charges bypassing the Town Hall, which can actually navigate the pathing better for her, but also clearing it out even for the Town Hall compartment and using the Blimp otherwise, where you can push a Queen in a different section, like up towards that scatter shot, perhaps.
Nice spot up there if you can make it. Michael DP will continue his run through this left corner. Rage spell is nice and over the top firepower to keep the Queen happy and going at pace. 3 more rages left to use for this stab, and if he can reach that scatter in the interior, that'll be the best news for this Hog Rider army following in afterwards. Multi-target Inferno is going to be difficult to reach on that inside, but this is really one of the ideal use cases for Hogs to be able to get into a very well-protected multi on the inside of the base, especially while a single is really the only thing that's protecting on the bottom corner there. Queen should be able to finish off the enemy Queen and BK, and this is just such a super high value Queen dive that I don't know any way for U to 14's defenses to stop.
No, this is gorgeous, and this is exactly what I was hoping to see it come in with. So now that the Town Hall secured, the Queen's taken down the core of the base. We've created such a nice path for these hogs to work collectively together. We only have one heal spell though, so we need to make the most out of this Warden ability. Decides to use it to clip these hogs, get them safely past the defending heroes, so we can use the heal coming out into that multi-compartment where we would eventually be taking on some splash damage from that scatter shot, though we had a little bit of distraction from the Yak, which worked out pretty well.
Yeah, huge march through this base now for Michael, who's just rolling over the defenses now. 40 seconds left, and that's plenty of time to finish off what remains, especially with a shield yet to be thrown for this Royal Champion. It would be nice if she could toss it off and save that Queen, but nope, he's going to hold on to it for the very last stage of the base. Going to be throwing it now to crack through, and I hope he doesn't run close on time. Losing that Queen might have been a bit of an unfortunate result here for Michael.
It was a bit of an unfortunate result, but with the Royal Champion and the Warden here for these storages, the Wizards on the outskirts helping with the remaining structures there, it is just enough time for Michael to get this done. I will say, Tompanai is not playing as clean as we saw them against NY Amazing, where they just wrecked the bases. They're seeing a little bit more of a struggle against Queen Walker's bases, but they're still successful with them. And now coming in 2 for 2 in their attacks, still commanding this 1-star lead.
Very nice pickup here, and we'll see if they can continue the heat.
We will see if they can We could definitely see if they're going to continue the heat and the fire, and that is what they've been bringing for sure. I am definitely impressed to see Tompanai coming off with this raring start. Not something you can often do against a team like Queen Walkers, who is known not only for their incredible wars, but those attacks. Queen Walkers is typically solid, so to get that big advantage from the start means that Tompanai need to stay on their toes. But we're going to see, with the next attack coming in from Queen Walkers, if Tompanai are still carrying through with defenses. I think that would sit them much more comfortably to be able to have that opportunity to command even more of a lead, because Queen Walkers, you really don't want to give them any sort of opportunity to turn around a war. And even with a 1-star lead, that could definitely do that for you. But I'd love to know in chat what you guys think of this matchup and who you think would actually win in this. I mean, we know Tompanai has a small lead, which could easily be switched up. Are you looking for Queen Walkers? Are you looking for Tompanai? Because this is definitely going to be something that we could see in the World Championships. And welcome back, Woody. We're talking about how this is heating up so nicely. You still predicting with Tompanai?
Sorry, I blew myself there. Yes, we are back now, and I'm going to stick with Tompanai, absolutely. I mean, a star lead is just about the minimum that you could ask for them, and coming in even stronger with decisive defense. What am I saying, Lady B? Let me catch back up. I'm getting hit hard here in chat. I got to hold the wall here on defenses myself. Okay, Star is the next attacker for the Queen Walkers, moving in against Al Mullen of Tompanai Empire. Queen Walkers needing to get the triple here to continue pace against a Tompanai squad that is already super far ahead, but it is going to be a battle blimp entry for this Laloon army, bringing a couple of poisons, and interestingly 6 lightning spells. Where do you expect to see those drop?
Ooh, I would go right there in the core of the base, right for the multi. I think that would be a nice opportunity to take out a heavy-hitting item for the loons. Any opportunity you can get to do that, I think, is always a good one. So let's see where he actually decides to place this, though. As the Town Hall goes down, we actually drop to the northern side of the base. We can't quite see it, but we know that the poison spell has been dropped down to help take out the CC troops quickly. And the Queen working there, unobstructed by any defenses.
There she goes. There she goes. Stars with a clean queen walk, true to the clan name. Facing very little resistance. Finds an enemy air defense, scatter, and queen on the outer edge. And a nice big strong king and ice golem to insulate for this charge. Ice golem ready to pop at any moment, but it's actually the king taking the shots early on. Kind of bad news for Stars. He should have gotten that ice golem out in front. Nevertheless, they will crack through the compartment and be able to continue their path of obstruction along the top side of the base. There goes a lightning, and it's on an air sweeper, Lady B.
Oh, okay. So interesting. Knocks out those air sweepers, leaves the multis right there in the center of the base. But this is going to help the pathing of the Lalo regardless. And we are going to see the Queen fizzle out before she can actually make her way through. And the Royal Champ not necessarily set on course here to actually take down those multis. So he's going to use this Warden ability just right to try and clip through, and we still have the scatter shot to worry about. So let's see how he plays with the freezes.
Sometimes players play with fire, but now Stars is playing with ice. Needs to get those perfectly placed to keep those balloons on path with two multi-infernos deep in the center of the base now. He's going to actually rely on the Royal Champion instead to get the knockdown there on that first one. And the second one going off now, trying to keep these loons alive. No, can't do it with bombs going off. Still, the Royal Champion is the clutch queen here of the midsection. She has got a strong core, and she will just absolutely crush the resistance there, squatting down and dropping a big bomb on Almolin's defenses. Stars gets the 3-star and keeps Queen Walkers in contention for this race.
This is exactly what I wanted to see from Stars coming in the last war. He had a bit of a struggle, came back strong here, and absolutely beautiful. The way that he started that Lalo to keep the Royal Champ going through into the core of the base was stunning, and that really helps out when you have those multis in there. A nice, interesting approach. I think a lot of people would look at that and say, well, I'll just zap the multis like I thought, but goes for the air sweepers and limits a lot of that resistance of the loons being pushed back and forth around the base.
Well, Almolin, you've taken one on the chin. Can you come back swinging on your own? Let's see here and now. Another P.E.K.K.A. smash for Tompanai Empire with a Penta Super Wizard. Very heavy DPS orientation for these attacks by Tompanai, willing to really commit a ton of troops early on and not afraid at all about playing nimbly. He's instead just going to be dumping it all on the board, rolling the dice and seeing how they turn out. Early Warden walk here in the bottom corner just for a little bit of funneling. A costly expenditure for a P.E.K.K.A. Smash army that needs to hurdle over lots of walls, but he's brought the jump spells to do it. Where is he going to move in next, Lady B?
Well, we'll have to see. We will have to see. So we've got the Warden starting off on this town hall, which means we're going to see him pick this off because we have the siege barracks. We don't have anything else to go in, and we really don't want to have to bypass around it. So drops that Quake, gets the Warden targeted for it, and we are going to have to start quickly pushing through. Now, we talk about the time of the Warden walks and how quickly we need to work along. This has taken a little bit longer, but we've taken down a huge component and then have the added bonus of the siege barracks with the P.E.K.K.A., with the wizards coming out, and some additional reinforcement troops, typically Hogs, that will help in the mix.
Hopping over the wall and raged up in the bottom right compartment. He's really going to need that extra firepower because the CCs coming out is going to be even more distracting. Pathing on into the interior now. Seagull Target Inferno has caught the attention of something, although I can't really exactly tell what it is there. Another freeze goes out and the Seagull should be going down. Multi is the big target to focus on now as it is starting to burn up against lots of targets. Big Ice Golem connects against a lot of defenses there in the center of the base, and with a two-pronged attack now, Al Mualin is about to eat this plate up like spaghetti dinner, twirling it around and gobbling down those meatballs. He has found a massive protein chunk, and he is chomping away at it with now Hog Riders as well, spreading out on the top side. They're going to take a little bit more damage than I might have hoped to see for such a spread attack. That multi-target Inferno cooks a lot of bacon there, but still a big shield toss from that Royal Champion gets them all the way to the other side, and with another Archer Queen ability left to fire off, this ought to be a 3-star, Lady B.
And that regenerative health helps out so much because this gives her the power to work through those defenses, working alongside the Queen, who unfortunately is down for the count now. It is up to this Royal Champion to try and clutch this. We've got that final Archer Tower, which is distracted on the Warden, so she's able to come in, help knock it out, and this means there is going to be maybe just enough time to get this done. Woody, Al Mualin is not letting down Tompanai. Wow. They are holding going strong. But again, look at how close these attacks are coming compared to what we saw against NY Amazing. Speaks loads to what Queen Walkers are bringing defensively, but it also speaks loads to the fact that Tompanai, man, they can take down Queen Walkers. Whew, World Championships are going to be lit if this is what we're seeing.
Yeah, crank up that washer and get the detergent in there because we have got a heavy load ahead for both of these two teams. They are trying to wash out their opponents, but it is not going to be an easy task with just still a tight 8-9 scoreline possibility for yet another very close war. We saw a 14-14 just barely tip in Tompanai's favor right before this, but the Queen Walkers got a confident 14-star finish from their last one. Can they keep pace on that hit rate and get 2 more triples on the board for a potential 14-star finish, hoping that Tompanai Empire slip and stumble in one of their last attacks as they did in their previous round? This is not a wide open war with Tompanai favor definitely tipping the scales in their favor toward the mid-war stage, but Queen Walkers have some hope, and if they can keep the perseverance, they might get rewarded for it. So Klaus will be the next to strike. Never underestimate this guy because he brings in the goods when his squad needs it most. A queen charge from the right corner will grab an air defense as well as a scatter and the enemy queen. Really great compartment to be able to lock onto there. The left side compartment is also a really good target here, but I think the queen's a more important target than the royal champion in this case. So good ID by Klaus here. Triggers out a tornado trap early on, and that's more good news for the attack.
Oh, that was such a good Cocoloon right there. Picking up the red air bomb, picking up the SAM. So we work through, keep those healers safe, and actually help take some damage on the scatter shot, which just speeds up this queen charge a little bit more. With the king working on that northern side of the base, so we can push him into the eagle compartment and really just force the navigation of this queen to work through. But I do notice that we have the 2 super wall breakers and we've got a jump as well. So are we looking to really work this queen weaver in and out to get to the town hall? We have the blimp that can actually work on the town hall, so I think it would be nice to push this queen a little bit further through the base.
Yeah, long bomb traveling all the way downtown. Queen stays safe from the multi in the center, and it's going to be a great eternal attempt to protect the battle blimp into there. Whoa, cracks into a weird compartment now, and unfortunately those Yetis are just going to be counterfeited, Lady B.
No, that's perfect. He wants those Yetis right in between to take on the multi-targeting Infernos. I love this. Look at them go right smack dead in the middle to take those down so we can charge a queen into the town hall. This is a stunner. Klaus coming in with 200 IQ. And the queen will look to seek that town hall as the drag riders clear out the opposite side defenses.
Well, color me surprised. I'm glad you noticed it, Lady, because I thought that might have been a misstep there, but instead it was the Yeti Mites hopping over the walls that took down both Infernos after all, and I am glad to say that I learned something new today. Great job here to Klaus as he is going to clean this up with no problem at all. 50 seconds left to finish off the bottom corner of the base, and with Dragon Riders still soaring in up top, that is a dominant performance. I am embarrassed that I ever doubted.
Oh, you can never doubt Klaus, especially with the way he thinks about these bases. And I love this. His execution shows more and more why you should be bringing some Yetis into your blimps for various attack strategies, even if it is air, because you can get that kind of value. You just have to look for it. And that's exactly what Klaus does. So Queen Walkers are still maybe almost in this, but they're still down by a star. They just need to find the solid defense, which seems to be almost impossible with the way Tompanai is playing.
Yeah, just one miss so far from Tompanai Empire out of the 8 attacks that they've done. So quick do the math on 7 over 8. I think that's like an 88% hit rate for that squad so far. Very difficult to expect any base to be able to hold up against an Empire expanding and defeating enemies quicker than the Romans could. Tompanai is in the spot to return fire, and I doubt that they would make the same mistake as NY Amazing. Having just won a war as the last to attack, they will be very sure to just do the minimum necessary force to get the win. So Queen Walkers are definitely in a pickle right now, Lady B, and they're going to have to hop out real quick if they want to try to get the win. They need the defense here and now.
Yeah, I don't think they're usually accustomed to being in this position where they're just waiting patiently to find a defense, to hold a defense. Could you imagine Tomp and I coming in with a perfect war against Queen Walkers? Now, Machuo has one of these opportunities to keep that dream alive, though. Sends in the Yeti Blimp. Again, we can see the power displayed of using these newly leveled up Yetis. And this is why we're seeing it more. We're getting a lot more value than we did previously, clearing out these compartments and shaping up the bases.
Well, this is still going to be a difficult run for Metro, even with the core just completely hole punched in the middle. CC is going to be pulling out and starting to go over to the BK on the left side. Not necessarily great news here for Metro, who might have been relying on some heavier hitter to be able to get the finishing blow there. Adds on the world champion to the bottom compartment, though, and I guess maybe he's going to feel confident about this one after all. Rest of the CC creeps on out, and he's got a poison spell to commit to it, and it's a pretty good CC for poison. He's going to miss the super minions with the start, though. It's got to freeze if he needs it to take care of those with Queen on the other edge. But no, he's going to rely on the Royal Champion to get the job done after all, Lady B.
Yeah, Royal Champion able to do that. King actually focusing on the defending AQ, but he needs a little bit more of an assist. And look at this Headhunter focusing on the defending King. This is a bit unfortunate for Machuo, but he still does reserve those final 2 Headhunters, which really will be needed for the defending RC. Let's see how he's going to play this one out. With these heroes up, I'd be a little bit worried for it, but the pathing looks very nice for the Lalo, so he could potentially power through it and still make it work.
Loons at the top side with some protection from the Grand Warden's Life Aura. Hasn't popped the ability. There it is, finally, right when those troops were about to edge out. Really great timing there to protect them from a scatter shot below. Oh, man, he almost got 2 scatter shots with that Eternal Tome protecting from. Nevertheless, the freeze is out now, and a bit tricky on the positioning now for this final scatter. He should have it cleared, though, as long as these pups can keep the damage off of those loons. It's a mighty big pack, and he wants to keep... Oh, brutal hit on those poor loons. Now pathing down toward the bottom instead of finishing up the scatter as they are necessary to hit that blow. There is a lone lava pup on the top side, but it's not going to work through the defenses up there in time.
Oh, the Warden actually taking the brunt of the scatter shot right now. Little splash comes through, but the loons might be able to sneak by, squeak in and get it. He just needs to hit that 89% to get the lead. So Machuo now has the percent advantage for Tomp and I. They're still going to be able to stay in this potentially if they can 3-star at the end, but it also depends on what they can bring in. Wow, to be able to get this to a 95%, considering I don't think he really got exactly what he wanted out of that opener. It's impressive. So 95% keeps him on the up and up, Woody. But we'll see.
Yeah, I'll give him 1 up. Yeah. I won't give him the up and up. I'll just give him the up. It's just good enough for government work. Yeah, they got a tied on star line now, but just a slim percentage lead. So if we wind up seeing, triples from both teams, Tomp and I gets it. If we see a 2-star from Queen Walkers, it's still not guaranteed, though. Tomp and I would need a triple to clutch for sure, and it would probably be a pretty high percentage 2-star to come over at the top on the percentage race, seeing as they're both at 97 and 98.8. This is an extremely high-scoring match so far, Lady B.
It really is. They are close on the mark, and I was really actually hoping to see this get maybe close to a perfect war for Tomp and I, but I'm actually excited that we don't know who's going to get this one now. Yuta needs to pick up this 3-star, though. That is for sure if he wants to give Queen Walkers the opportunity, but they will need to follow up with another defense. Yuta opting to go with one of the attacks that I still will say is one of the riskiest ones. This Queen Charge Log Launcher Lalo. We have seen this 1-star many times over, a lot of times traps along the way for the Queen, which is why we often see a lot of healers coming out from that to just add a little extra reinforcement. But you might also see the Ice Golems coming in. But either way, we're looping this path through for the Scattershot compartment, but still need to open up the path to the Town Hall.
Well, Yuta's making his way there, cracks this scatter compartment down with a free spell, and he's going to save those healers to keep the Queen mighty safe. through this entry point. Plenty of point defense firing away at her, but that is not going to be enough to stop her at all. Interesting that he's brought a log launcher into this army. Even with a Dragon Rider heavy aerial attack, he's going to use that log launcher to roll through some of the walls, but not all of them. Interesting positioning there to kind of not crack the elbow compartment right next to the queen, but instead to kind of path her up and around toward the top side, where she might have an easier shot at keeping that multi on ice for a little bit longer while she focuses on the CC troops there, maybe.
This really is a nice navigation to get that queen exactly where he wants her to go, not opening up any more than it needs, because we do not want to redirect her focus. She needs to stay targeted on heading to the town hall, but I like that it's opened her up to this multi-section. Sends in those drag riders from the opposite side with a nicely narrowed out path, as well as the king forces his way along, taking the distraction of that scatter shot so these drag riders can sneak in.
Yeah, this is still a big, powerful question mark here as to whether or not Yuta can finish off this bottom left compartment before too much damage comes on in. Yak gets the lock onto the Eagle Artillery, but there's a Battle Builder healing it up, and it's going to be another salvo from this Eagle raining down on the attackers, protected from the Eternal Tome for a little bit of that splash damage. Still, that Dragon Rider is not too healthy. I think that this ought to be a 3-star, but it is not going to be decisive. Maybe he actually slips up after all. What do you think, Lady B? Is he going to be able to make it all the way to the end? It looks like it.
I was hoping to see that queen survive, because having her help out for the back end would be huge with the time factor. Royal Champ struggling on health, but still managing to hold on. With the Warden, there's enough to get the defenses down. We just got to get through these storages now, Woody. Oh, Sneaky Goblin coming to the mix. This is a done deal for Queen Walkers to secure the 3-star and give themselves a fighting chance, but they are hoping to see a defense now coming through from Tompanai.
You'll love to see it, Lady B. And could you really expect anything more from a squad like this? 14 stars and percentage now at 97.6%. If you showed me that scoreline and asked me if that was the winning team, I would almost certainly affirm the result, especially for the Queen Walkers, who aren't known to have weak bases by any means. I don't know if they put their best foot forward here. They still have another big war round potentially tomorrow, but I mean, there's no reason to put weak bases up. They certainly were prepped against Tompanai Empire and were trying their best to hang on. Tompanai now, though, with the 3-star, can come over the top on that percentage race, but anything short of that is going to be a loss for them. It's all in their hands. It all comes down to this, the last one, Lady B.
Ooh, the last one. So they need to hold this defense here. Let's see if they can do it. And try and forge a victory. So React coming in with the Queen Charge Lalo. I don't even want to say anything about a Queen Charge Lalo, because the last time I said it, it got completely jinxed. But he needs to pull in the 3-star.
Drop a jinx, drop a Lady Jinx.
He's got a beautiful position here, though, where he's charging the queen. I actually do really like this. And we still have that additional wall break that we can force along into the core of the base as we send in the Yeti Blimp to keep that queen funneled along and inside. This is great use of both the king and the... Oh, interesting. Because we've got the drag riders and the loons to come in. I was actually expecting to see some Yetis, but a nice combo to really tank for this one.
Moving straight through and trying to push his way along to this top corner. It is going to be a heavy strike through the gut of the base, where now an enemy Archer Queen is locked on. Freeze is out to shut her down. Attacking Archer Queen's quite safe with another rage spell as well. React is just going to go over the top with this charge, setting up now for the long loon. Here it comes on in. They managed to catch that defense for the balloon up top. Losing one of them is not that bad of news, though, because the single target Inferno is going to be hitting onto the balloons instead of that Lava Hound, which is still healthy and padding toward the top. Catches a black bomb, and it is going to be great protection from the Eternal Tome as that Warden keeps those loons safe, even with a gigantic Town Hall bomb going off. That top corner, the last line of defense for the Queen Walkers. They're hoping beyond belief that they can hold off on this attack, but I don't think they can. This looks like a win for React and Tompanai Empire.
We've been waiting for Tompanai to come in with this solid, heavy-hitting action against Queenwalkers, and they've just reserved it for the end, just to hype up the fact that they have secured their spot into tomorrow's playoffs. Tompanai we're going to get to see joining QSFN and joining X Team, and unfortunately for Queenwalkers, they're going to have to try and battle it out one more time for an opportunity. But we'll have to first see who they're going to face off against. Would it be Space Station Gaming? Or would it be NY Amazing, who definitely put up a good fight against Tompanai?
Well, big question mark at that, and we will have to wait for the answer tomorrow, because for now, Tompanai Gaming is the team ascendant in the upper bracket, undefeated today in Group B of the ClashMSTRS Fall Season Playoffs. They will definitely be going on to the Grand Finals tomorrow, where we have our top 4 teams competing. Commiserations to the Queenwalkers, but it is not the end of their run. They will have another chance with one more win to make it back up on top. Are they going to have that opportunity against their prior foes, Space Station, or will NY Amazing be victorious in that lower bracket match and get the chance to play against the Queenwalkers next? There you see the bracket on screen. How is it shaping up compared to your expectations, Lady B?
Honestly, I went into this with like 0 expectations, because I didn't know who to predict for these matches. Any one of these teams can just dominate over the other, though I am impressed to see Tompanai right there on top. This is exactly the fire I've been waiting to see from Tompanai all season, and it looks like they're just bringing it as they're getting closer to the World Championships. And that's nothing, you know, that's not despite what Queenwalkers have been doing, because we have seen those impressive performances. These are, again, 14-star wars in the mix. You've got to hit that perfect war if you want to safely secure it, which is a huge ask these days in the current meta. But Woody, what are you predicting to see, though, against Space Station Gaming and NY Amazing? Do you think we'll see a little bit more power and pizzazz coming in from Space Station in this second round for them?
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty good way to put it, because Space Station, despite being an extremely talented team, a squad that has put up huge performances in the past, obviously getting their chance in the playoffs here in ClashMSTRS is just a huge accomplishment just in that fact, but a little bit disappointing with their result from the first round. Only 11 stars on the board, despite their next opponents now. NY Amazing still having a really good showing. So I think that if there's no change in the momentum here, Space Station are going to have a very tough time in this opening war, but maybe this is the shot in the arm that they need. It is really difficult to get 3 wars in a single day, picking up your 2 wins out on the final stretch. But that opening is still up and available to both of these squads.
It is. And I guess what I'm most interested in seeing in this matchup is if Lex has been working on his Legend League push, since we're likely going to see a lot of those ring style bases if he's been prepared for that and ready to go, or if NY Amazing maybe will switch up their tactic defensively.
Possibilities abound, Lady V, and the next war is going to be starting soon, so stay right with us, because we're going to be hopping into it just as soon as these teams are prepped and ready. We have our bases lined up, our teams are ready to square off. They're going to be cooking up their armies, and I'm kind of wondering now, what do you expect the meta shift to be for this next war? I think that we've seen a pretty standard run so far, with lots of Law Loons, even running in with Queen charges deep into the base. Is that going to be the standard line from these next 2 squads, or do you expect to see a bit of a shakeup?
I think we'll probably see a lot of the consistency that they bring to this. Space Station Gaming is a fairly versatile team. We do actually see them often with a lot of mix of ground and air, though for the majority of what we see, they tend to rely on air, but you have players like Agent 33. I love to watch him with his hybrids, which, with his ground attacks. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that from Agent. But again, we have Crazy Ryan in the mix. So if he's going to queen charge anything, that's all I care about. But for NY Amazing, they had a beautiful display, and they are very gravitated towards air. But I think the one thing Space Station Gaming does have to watch out for are those ring-style bases. Defensively, this could be a trip up for certain players. Didn't work out necessarily in the first match for NY Amazing, though they did hold one defense against React with that drag attack. So it's a matter of the approach.
Well, right you are. And it's always a matter of the approach, isn't it? We can never really confidently say before this match begins who is going to take the win or not. But I did manage to get a good predict out here with the last round between Tomp and Empire, and I'm feeling like I've got a prediction ready for this next one. I just want to ask if you wanted to go first, or if I should be the one to start this off.
Well, maybe I should go first, because then if I predict someone and you predict the same person, it'll counter the jinx.
Okay.
For
or we can say it
one,
at the same time.
Okay, ready? 1,
You
2,
want to-
3.
2,
SSG.
3.
Oh, I did it already.
Sorry, you said it so fast. I was like ready to start saying it, but then I heard you already starting to say it, and I was like, well, I can't say it at this point. It's going to be too late. I've already heard his name. But yeah, no, I'm actually going to go the other side on this one. I think NY Amazing is going to pick up. So SSG. You said SSG, and I was like, wait, what team is that?
I did.
I was expecting you to say Space Station, so hearing SSG threw me off a little bit. But yeah, all right, you've got SSG, and I've got NY Amazing. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it shakes out.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see the start for this one. It's going to be kicking off in just a few seconds. And I'm taking a look at chat as well, scanning over there and seeing what the players, the viewers, the participants are saying. We've got a lot of first-time viewers in chat, so thanks very much for coming and checking out Clash Masters. We are watching the playoffs right now between some of the best teams in the Clash of Clans esports scene. So make sure to give us a follow here if you're interested in continuing to watch as these rounds progress. We've got grand finals coming in tomorrow, giveaways on our Clash Masters social media pages, and lots more exciting clashing to follow up. But for now, it's NY Amazing up against Space Station Gaming with Light, the first striker in, as you mentioned, Lady B, a bit of a standard, predictable, calm, reliable P.E.K.K.A smash to start.
Yeah, this is the ground. You know, we have the drag riders that are the old reliable for air. The Super P.E.K.K.A smash is the old reliable for ground. This is actually a pretty heavy hitting attack. The only big issues you have are if you mess up the funneling, of course. But time is a bigger factor, and we are investing a lot right now into this Warden to get the multi down and start shaping up our path leading into the Eagle side and work our way straight through to that Town Hall. But I noticed we do have the Siege Barracks, so we bring the 2 jumps to ensure that we get that path cutting through into the center of the base, get through that core line as the King and the Siege Barracks will work through the Eagle compartment.
Righto, and it's a big clump of troops by NY Light charging into that top right compartment. Nice raid spell there to keep him on task and going fast. Shuts it down with an Ice Golem as well to crack into that middle section where the multi-target Inferno is not going to be up and running. It is chopped apart by P.E.K.K.A, smashing all the way through, and a freeze goes off against that enemy Eagle as well. How many fingers does NY Light have? Because it doesn't seem like 10 is enough to manage such an incredible spread for this assault. Hopping over walls and jumping his way toward victory as he finds his way toward the Town Hall for the second star, Lady B.
Yeah, I'm watching this approach of how he's working his way around the base, and he's reserved this back-end wall breaker to get into the scattershot compartment is kind of my assumption here. He just wanted to hang on to this, but he's not even used it. I think the goal was to try and get that jump to connect everything working around. It hasn't quite packed the way he had hoped for, but he still has a lot of steam left over, even bringing in that baby drag to the northern side of the base, helping with those defenses, but oh no! The Royal Champ died out before taking down that scatter shot. And this is where we do have a much bigger problem now.
That is really unfortunate for NY Light, whose forces split up, got great pincer value against a base that was really tricky to just face off with a single line of attackers. But instead now, losing the BK on the top side, not enough support for him. It's going to be a reliance on these bottom edge troops, which are just spending too much time pathing and don't have enough firepower to finish off the remaining defenses here. Agent 33 for Space Station with the base build keeps them alive out of the first round on a 2-star 95% by NY Amazing, falling short of the triple for the opening round.
Yeah, that pathing was, I understand the pathing, but it didn't quite work out in Light's favor. This is a really good start defensively for Space Station Gaming. I think this will be a nice confidence boost for them coming into it, especially since it seemed to be a struggle to hold originally against Queen Walkers. This is a nice foot to start on. And Agent 33 is a builder himself, so I wonder if that's some of his work doing the job for the team.
Yeah, absolutely would expect that, to be sure. I mean, if you're a base builder yourself, ought to put one of your own designs up for your own layout here. Let's see how Crazy Ryan does next, though. We saw an incredible finish by him from Space Station Gaming in their first round. The only 5-star from the lineup, and he is going to go back-to-back attacks for this squad, feeling very confident to get the lead now as the first attacker to try to start out with a star advantage. Finds a little bit of poke in the bottom corner with a Queen who's going to get some insulation from that balloon to check for Seeking Air Mine. Hasn't found one yet, but the healers are well positioned and shouldn't be fearing any damage whatsoever. Cracking through that compartment with a super wall break will be able to get the Eagle Artillery down and face off against a lot of high-value targets along the bottom left edge of the space, Lady B.
Yeah, a lot of patience here. We do have the log launcher that we're bringing into the mix for these, for the Queen charge portion, I would assume, but we do have to actually navigate the course then if we want to direct her straight down through the core of the base, and that means dropping in the King from one of the scattershot sides. And we do have a lot of heavy hitting action on both ends because we have those scattershots flanking. So let's see how he is going to path this out. A lot of patience though so far. And it looks like we're actually veering this Queen even further around the space. Surely he's not taking this long line drive to work the Queen around and then send in the log launcher to the town hall. Come on now.
That is going to be a huge, way longer expectation than I would have thought possible for this Queen, but he's already spent 1:30 from the bottom edge over to this 8 o'clock position now, so I guess the Queen's got legs. She can walk the whole way. But can these Dragon Riders do enough work to justify this time investment early on? Crazy Ryan has just spent so much time on the charge. He's going to have to go lightning quick at the end, and here they come, stacked all right up on top of each other. A little bit dangerous there in case there had been red bombs on the outer edge, but nevertheless, they will not find those at the entry point, and will be continuing along with insulation from the single target Inferno. Rolled in a log launcher through on the bottom left side. Now he is having to pay attention to multiple targets. I hope his eyes can split focus onto 2 different fronts because he's basically got that right now, Lady B.
This is exactly why he's called Crazy Ryan, because of these attacks that he comes up with. These lengthy Queen charges, beautiful execution of the King through the core of the base, log launcher leading its way and getting some shots on the town hall, but has to hold this off. Drops a freeze, gets a little bit more pressure for these drag riders to work their way through, and with the King's ability takes that down. This is not the standard approach at coming in with this, but he manages to make it work. 17 seconds left, Woody, and he's got some swag in the bag here. He's still gonna get up top though.
Hold on, only 8 seconds, Lady B. He's running out of time. Where's the swag in the bag? I'm not seeing it.
What did they get distracted on to stop them from moving to the northern side of the base? Oh, Crazy
If the
Ryan.
swag was in the bag, he should have taken it out and put some more offense on that base, because that is not the way to finish. Nonetheless, 2-star 96% is a 1% lead now for Space Station, so you can't call it a bad result. But it was not the overwhelming finish that they certainly deserved on a really well-planned attack. Just the execution at the last few seconds coming in a little short.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. I love that attack. That's probably one of my most favorite attacks. It is my favorite attack of the day. I think it's interesting how we get to see the value, what a Queen can do all on her lonesome. But again, very, very lengthy, and it did cost him.
Well, it sure did. We have now just a tiny lead for Space Station Gaming, so tipping toward your prediction here, but that was the strongest attacker from the first war, so it's going to be up to the other fellows to kind of come back in and try to even the score later on. Inwanyan will be the first attacker for Amazing, or the second attacker rather, moving now in with Dragons. A big slap against the top left side of this base. Bit spammy, but he's going to protect it with an Eternal Tome, and he's really committing hard to keep these alive and well, despite so much damage raining through against them. Rages, freezes, corrupts. This attack is already halfway over in only the first 45 seconds, Lady B.
This is what Neon does so well. We see these just fast executed drag rider Hydra attacks that are brought to the mix that you barely have time to blink and it's almost over. Look at the force of the heroes. King along the bottom side using his ability. We have the Queen with her ability, and we still have the Royal Champ that has not yet been dropped. Here she comes. I don't even know if she would necessarily need to be dropped on the board for this to triple, but Neon goes for it, not risking anything. Doesn't want a time fail there like we saw Crazy Ryan, and bringing home that 3-star. They're looking to hold a defense now because this one building difference could really keep this tied up tight and not necessarily in their favor.
Ruh-roh, trying to hold on here, but not quite keeping them away. Nice job here to NY Nyan, who gets a little bit of a pickup now for NY Amazing, despite being down 1%. Now they got the triple that they needed here to pull back ahead now in the star race, and it's going to be all up to Space Station to get that triple and try and go to toe-to-toe with them. I think NY Amazing did a particularly good job in that second attack. Even with that first one going off basically without a hitch, they still missed 5%, so that one really did go well according to plan, and I think that there's a lot to be proud of for Nyan out of that one. But Space Station will be echoing in next, hopping back into the action, Lady B. What are your final impressions from that last one before we get going with the next round?
Oh, that's classic Nyan. That's pretty much what we see coming in. And it's just nice to see that they're still coming into this firing away, that they're not giving up, which I wouldn't expect them to. There's a lot on the line here, Woody. First place is, of course, going to walk away with $5,000, but they need to get to tomorrow's match to try and get that. Otherwise, they're going to wind up walking away with $250. So they can really push this up. And I guess what I'm really excited to see is that the fight and drive is there for Space Station Gaming. I think I was a little concerned with the start of the day for them, but definitely coming in with the defenses and with the crazy plans.
Well, it seems like they've got their heads on straight now and are ready to power on through, despite a tough opponent leading them through the fire and the flames. I think that Space Station have still got a shot here, and like you said, there could not be more on the line for this one. Of all the Clash Masters rounds, the opportunity to switch a $250 prize up to $5K for winning requires advancement to the grand finals of the playoffs, and to do that, you have to survive through this lower bracket, a grueling, difficult spot to be in, requiring 2 war wins back-to-back now against some really tough teams. But hey, someone is going to advance, and it might as well just be one of the 2 that are in this lineup right now. NY Amazing with a good comeback. Can't quite claim a lead over Space Station Gaming, but I'm feeling a little bit more confident about my pick, being honest, Lady B.
Yeah, I don't know where I feel in this pick right now because it is very close. I would expect it to be close. I expected the Queen Walker's SSG award to be close, but Queen Walker's just knocked that one out of the park. Space Station Gaming certainly stepping up to the plate, but these teams know that once they make their way through, they still have to face off against Queen Walkers again. So I don't know how they feel about that. We do have, though, Lexnos coming in. The second attack. I'm often accustomed to seeing him hit later on in the wars, a lot of times taking that final position, opting to go for this Queen Charge Drag Riders, but I'm also noticing we're not really seeing those ring style bases coming in from NY Amazing. Now we set up this path for the Queen. We've got a lot of great access to those heavy hitting items, the scatter shot here, the Royal Champion, even over towards the Eagle and pushing into the court to shape up a much more narrow path for these Drag Riders.
Well, no clear reason to be too happy just yet here. Lexnos is a real hit or miss swinger. He can knock it out of the park for a home run, or he might just fly a foul ball. And he doesn't want to get out for a space station right now, needs to get that 3-star to stay just barely ahead of NY Amazing. So despite this really big opportunity, he knows that there's a lot riding on this strike. Missing the Eagle artillery is just a brutal drop for him, Lady B.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately. This means the Queen has a lot more work to do, pushing along, and we have a lot more work for these drag riders that have to start off from a completely different side of the base. We wanted to see them coming more from that 12 o'clock side, cutting from the 11 o'clock and working their way down into the scatter shot. But we do have the Stone Slammer that can actually help navigate some of the pathing. The only unfortunate thing is that would have worked on the inline edge to actually tank for the scatter shot.
Well, he is still going to be firing off and away into the midsection now, trying his best to hold on to a difficult run here against a single target Inferno and the Giga Inferno about to start heating up. Freeze is out, though. And here comes the fire. All the heroes are collapsing, though, at the same time. He's got 2 invisibility spells let to drop. Caught the Archer Queen with that, but she does barely sidestep into the very edge of that, catching it just on that very little corner there, and the Town Hall goes down, hopping over the wall to stay out of that poison spell. The heroes are going to fan out and away from it. Very good news for Lexnos, who needs to keep them safe and away in order to maintain enough damage for the finishing blow here. 33 seconds left, and he's almost nearly got it. He should be able to finish this one off, Lady B.
Yeah, this was an impressive adjustment. You know, using that queen to get using the jump to get the queen towards the town hall. I highly suspect this was just readjusted to work his way through. Lexnos handling the pressure and keeping Space Station Gaming in it. We're talking about 1 building difference, but it matters. It is what is going to try and push them along to face off against Queen Walkers yet again.
Could make it there. Let's see. Just a 0.5% lead for Space Station Gaming, but that could make all the difference if we do wind up seeing 3 stars across the board. Gotta say that feels a bit unlikely to me, given the losses and 2 stars that we've already seen so far this war and prior in the day. NY Amazing in the leading position, the first to attack, have got a little bit of a disadvantage there, as well as the percentage drop that they picked up in the first round of hits. So Space Station maybe not feeling confident, but probably happy with how things are going out so far. The opportunity to respond, as well as that little tiny pickup, are good for them. But they have to keep their heads on straight. They need to keep those 3 stars coming, despite Crazy Ryan already coming out and getting a miss. They need to really have some great plans against the base setup here by NY Amazing. Let's go take a look now at Sue, the next attacker for this lineup, coming in with a Dragon Army and a Queen charge to start thing with. Dragons paired with Dragon Riders are kind of a similar setup to ground-based hybrid attacks with Miners and Hog Riders, in that they can get targets both on enemy defenses and on non-defenses, but this time from the skies. Lady B, how are you feeling about this attack shaping up?
Well, I think it's still in the early days. We can always see a few hiccups here and there, but we've got to keep the focus on this queen, getting her working through. We want to bust open, get towards that defending AQ, and also pick up the air defense. This will be interesting to see the placement of, well, actually the wall breaker could be for the king, because we've got the jump to lead that queen right there and straight across. But all of this is relying heavily upon the pathing to narrow out for the Hydra, so we can push that blimp straight through into the town hall compartment. That's an easy access for the most part, but the tricky thing is keeping those dragons and drag riders out of the path of the poison bomb, so you have to time just right.
Well, I think the timing is looking really good so far for Stu. He's got 1:38, and that's plenty to crack through with dragons on the back end, but he needs to get that commit down quick and early. This entry point for all heroes along this interior side is looking beautiful, with both scatter shots going down. Queen able to crack through so many crucial targets. Doesn't have yet access to that multi-target Inferno, and did lose the Royal champion there on the inside, but still dodged a giant bomb there with a DK, able to get that Iron Fist ability out and keep so many barbarians along the outer edge for cleanup. Protects the battle blimp with the Eternal Tome even on the top side. Dragon's not getting a whole lot of value from it, but nonetheless, that is a guaranteed Town Hall drop. And boom! Sue gets the second star and is looking for that third one. It might be after all.
Oh, unfortunately, the healers die out due to the multi. Even though he dropped that freeze, took on a little bit too much damage, but the Queen meets up, joins to take on that multi-targeting Inferno, giving the Dragons more opportunity to finish the job here, and the Queen still has her ability, can force her, try and do a little bit more work, but it looks like that Expo is going to pick her off. So this is relying heavily on the Dragons to finish the job. There is a lot of power still left over, but I don't know how much health is on those Dragons, and they still have to get through the storages.
Well, he is making a
14 seconds
effort to get to the very end. Only 12 seconds left, and it's going to come down to time, Lady B. He's shocking, zapping, electro-alloying, using that big red warden staff to strike hard, but it is not enough. Sue misses the 3-star by just 4% in another super tight razor finish that NY Amazing can't quite shave off all the bases set up by Space Station. Lexnos holding on again, and that is really great news for the hero of Space Station Gaming, getting both an offensive pickup and a defensive win. Potential MVP status here for our strong striker, following up with another great showing.
Yeah, this could be huge for them. Just having this other defense would make them feel a little bit more secure, but still they're keeping the percentages high. They NY Amazing with a 95%. And now following up with a 96, but it's those 3-star connections that they really need to try and focus on. Space Station Gaming so far with a very nice turnaround from their performance earlier today. Definitely showing up and looking for that extra opportunity to have to face off against Queen Walkers. And maybe, maybe just show that they can take them down. But first, they've got to get through NY Amazing. They've got to get these 3 stars in. And Nick, we have coming in with the Zap Lalo. So we start off heading into the scattershot compartment. Cool, met with a lot of damage through this one. That King suffered quite a bit, and the Queen still needs to get to the scattershot. She's taken on heavy fire as well, but at least has the ability to try and get through.
She is making her way fast and could get all the way to the end. Not a whole lot to defend against in that bottom right compartment. Lost her unicorn, but did manage to get the wizard tower down. So good news here there. Very good Sui dive to start with here. And despite the fact that this Eagle artillery is going to get repaired back up, it looks like Nick, with a stone slammer out in front, is feeling very confident about the entry point. Should be going directly for the town hall. And yep, here come the loons flying on in, Lady B.
Wait, there's headhunters out of the CC. Oh my goodness, Warden has to clip that ability early. Oh no, this means the loons are not going to survive coming through the town hall. Poison Bob has a surround of loons, and it, of course, has a stone slammer, but he's lost a lot of power in this one. This could be the opening that NY Amazing was waiting for, Woody.
Sure are trying. This is exactly what they need, though. A defense is essential, especially against a squad that has been so overpoweringly strong. The percentage has been really high for both teams, so especially if they can keep that percentage low, that is such super good news. Failing to take down the Eagle artillery early on was really punishing for Nick, but it looks like he's got a... No, he doesn't even have the safe connection here with the loons now. The wizard tower on defense is going to be able to take him down. Overall damage will be able to creep past that 80% mark, and it's going to get a little bit more here and there along the edges. Can Nick do it, though? He's trying to find his footing and finish off strong. He's got another little bit of percentage here, getting over to the 87 mark, but NY Amazing will have the lead after this attack.
Yeah, this is a big opening now for NY Amazing. That defense that they were able to hold was that kind of safety net to go into this, but only if they were able to get the 3-star. So now an 88% Nick is unfortunately left with. They're going to have to rely a little bit more on those defenses, which they have been showing that they can bring in today. Just that NY Amazing has been holding those percentages quite high.
Yes, they have. And with that, we are at 7-7. The percentage for Space Station slipping down and below NY Amazing's mark now. A very, very tight war, Lady B. But the closer we get toward the end, the more important that percentage does seem to matter. NY Amazing have a little bit of breathing room now and a happiness to carry them into the fourth attack. But really, this is another potentially perilous situation for them, needing that 4-star, or else they could, or 4-star, needing another 3-star, or else their forces are going to be vulnerable once again to Space Station coming back in over the top and reclaiming that lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. I mean, we went from a 1 building advantage for Space Station Gaming now to them being down about 7 buildings in the mix here. So it's not impossible. That's a pretty relatively low, high percent to have to worry about, but it's not that much that you would think NY Amazing could come in with. But with them targeting at about 95, 96%, with the accuracy as well that they displayed earlier today, I think that'll be SSG's biggest problem. So let's see what GYY can do coming in with the Queen Charge, Lalo. Now we do have the 3 super wall breakers, but we also have a jump that we're adding in here as well. Sends in those hogs just from the outskirts, picking up some of the defenses along the outside edge, and Queen already navigating that path just around to circumvent the town hall here.
Yep, she's got a nice shot in this top lane. Not going to go deep into that town hall compartment, but does get some really good funneling work done and cracking through with a super wall break as well. Might even get access to this multi-target Inferno. GYY is holding on to another couple of super wall breakers and is rip roaring ready to go deep with this Queen. As we've mentioned before, that is such a crucial start for these Laloon strikes to be able to get down big targets like those multi-target Infernos early on. CC pullout is going to be a Lava Hound with a couple of troops on the ground to slow things down, but not enough to deny this Queen, who is just on a royal rampage in the top side of this base. Battle will grab the town hall, and GYY's start has been pretty perfect so far.
Oh, this is lovely. Queen's going to be able to charge her way through into the center of the base, leaving a nice, easy, narrow path for the Loons. We even have the King working his way through. Now he is going to have to use his force, sheer force and power of himself and the Yak to get into that scattershot compartment, but we have the Warden working with this as well, which means he won't be able to be there to protect those Loons. So those freezes are going to be very important because we've got that scattershot still to worry about. And Woody, we've got actually a multi on the back end. Oh, he's got to clear out a lot of this for these Loons to survive.
Hanging on and pressing through. There's a lot to deal with here, but GYY is up to the task. Queen's taking a lot of fire in the center as the multi-target Inferno needs to go down. Pops the Queen ability in order to make that happen. Healers are still looking safe out in the back, and they are doing a lot of work to keep this Queen alive, hopping over into multiple different compartments as the Loons start to spread out now, trying to mitigate the damage from the scatter shot, but can they get it all the way to the back end? Multi-target Inferno is a great target for the Queen to be able to finish off, and the Royal Champion is storming on through as well on the ground. This is a ground-air duo attack that finishes off, smacks it back. GYY for the triple. He has done it, Lady B.
Oh, he has, and with style. Look at that jump placement. That gets a Queen right there to the multi. We had a lot to worry about for those Loons with very little that we could invest to keep them alive and well, and it really does rely on the heroes to come in and knock this one out of the park, but carefully watched which way he was going, got that town hall taken down. Once that was eliminated, the Queen was going to be okay to use that jump and not worry about veering off course. So just perfectly executed and guided within it. A smart way to think about how you're lallowing bases these days.
All right, you are, Lady B. NY Amazing had a great plan, perfectly executed, and you called it to the T. Space Station now needing another triple to come back in and keep their nose above water because they are starting to sink, swimming with the fishes if they cannot get another triple here to get those floaties back on and give NY Amazing a tough time on the final round. Space Station do still potentially have the chance to win it all with a triple back-to-back and a good defense against NY Amazing, but that is no clear task to ask of a squad that has faced off against so many difficult foes and now has found themselves down and behind against a team that seems to not really have very many weaknesses whatsoever. We did get a miss or two from NY Amazing earlier on in the war, but even those misses were still really high percentage 2-stars, Lady D.
Yeah, they were, and you know, I'm giggling away because I'm thinking I might need to go head down to the East River to go fish out Space Station Gaming, help them out a bit. They're swimming with the fishes. Let's take a look though, because we have Marinol coming in. Again, we talk about the versatility of Space Station Gaming. Marinol, definitely one of those versatile hitters, air and ground, he excels at. We'll see if he can get this 3-star performance that's needed to try and keep some hope alive in this. They need a little bit more than that, but it always starts with these 3 stars when you're in the spot. So Warden taking down the town hall, time consuming, but actually not too much because there wasn't a lot along the outskirts, and we take down that huge factor that we don't have to worry about using our siege machine. So we can now send in the siege machine for the outskirts, and this is going to pack a little bit more of a punch.
I like to see that power. Marinol has got a big murder ball in that left compartment, and keeping it concentrated will help to avoid unfortunate confrontations, keeping the damage at a minimum, and trying to concentrate that firepower as much as possible. Pekka's hopping over the walls and keeping the Super Wizards out back relatively safe. They're getting a little bit of help as well from the healers who are going to get them top. You just hear one Pekka go down with a jump spell over into the next compartment. Another Pekka is going to get finished off. Needs to keep those heroes alive out in front. The Yak and the Barbarian King doing all they can to keep these Super Wizards and Archer Queen safe, but it is mighty difficult funneling here with a multi-target Inferno on the back end. There is going to be firing away against anything and everything. Hogs are going to be the heroes of the day, trying to come in along the bottom section of the space, and with distraction provided by the Archer Queen, takes down that scatter shot and is moving their way to the very end.
Oh, that helped out quite a bit, especially with these hogs here. But they're stuck on the tornado trap, still just enough power to take down that single targeting Inferno, which actually gives what's remaining here a fighting chance to finish off the job. We have the Pekka taking the lead, working along with the Yeti, so those Yetimites can do some good work, but actually, this is all tanking for those Wizards to reach right over those walls and take down the defenses in line. And nice back-end loons to seal the deal here, Woody. Marinol hammering away with the 3-star, but Space Station Gaming still need a little reprieve. They need that defense coming in next.
Can they find it? That is the question. I think they've got a very solid chance at it. Looking very good so far. Marinol with the triple keeps this war just about as tight as you could ask it to be, with a 1.8 percentage lead for NY Amazing in the lead position. They have to go for a 3-star. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But the 3-star is sufficient to guarantee victory. So if they do manage to pull it off, there will be no sweating, as Space Station had the last say, but won't be able to come back in over the top. However, anything short of that 3-star, Space Station with the opportunity wide open to them to get a 3-star of their own, or even potentially a high percentage 2-star to close it all out, Lady B.
Yeah, I think 94% 2-star is what they would need, if I'm not mistaken. Possibly. I think that's where they would be at in order to seal the deal for themselves. So, you know, they could still come up with the 2-star.
It all depends upon the last 2 rounds, right? Because if NY Amazing get a 2-star, then Space Station could win with a triple. And if
they could win with a triple,
get a 3-star, then there's nothing that Space Station could do.
Yeah, true. So we'll see what they can accomplish. But Space Station Gaming would need to see that kind of defense, certainly coming in to, you know, to try and work their way around, even if they don't pick up a triple. So we'll see what it comes in percent-wise. The Shuai works through. Oh, Woody, why do they do this to me? Why do they bring in these log launchers to the mix?
Just to make you worry.
I always feel like this is risky, but he's got the Lalo to help support it. We'll see if that's going to be enough for this final attack for NY Amazing.
They're keeping you on your toes, Lady B. Not happy to give away anything easy and out front. Instead, Shuai is going to be doing his best to make the risky plays connect nonetheless. Arch Queen in the top corner catches the scatter shot and will be able to move toward that BK as well. Ooh, with a log launcher, this is going to be an interesting pivot now from the top corner of the base now down to the bottom right, able to grab multi-target Inferno in the center and maybe even that single as well. Needs to stay safe though, because those healers cannot heal through a single Inferno, having to use either a Rage or maybe that free spell, but all the while she's actually targeted onto a wall up the left side. Where is she going to retarget onto? There we go. She's going for the mid now.
Yeah, so we're sending in the full hero push with this, including the Warden, which means these loons are just taking out a pocket of the base. This displays the massive power that the heroes actually offer as long as you can path them properly. Does manage to get that queen back in line for the Town Hall. King, Warden, Royal Champion have done a massive amount of work, even making their way all the way through down that base towards the Eagle side. So we're just essentially using these loons for some outlying edge cleanup. But the queen has not quite made it yet to the Town Hall, still waiting to get her there. He does have the ability though, and an invisibility spell.
Pushing through with all his might. That queen is just getting burnt by that Town Hall. She's going toward the inside now and needs those healers in Unicorn to keep her topped off well and healthy. No, the Unicorn wanders into Inferno range, and that's going to be another healer down. Boom, red air bomb goes off. Boom, another red air bomb goes off, but they are still clinging on for dear life. Shuai's got another freeze and invisibility yet to use, but he's going to hold on to them a little bit longer instead, Lady B, trying to keep... Oh my goodness, the air bombs! Oh, the humanity! Healers go down, and now the point defenses might be able to crack into the queen. She doesn't have the ability, and Shuai will need to use those spells if he wants to keep him up. Putting a freeze out onto the Archer Tower. All hope relies on these last 10 seconds, Lady B.
Oh, drops the invisibility spell, giving the queen one final fighting chance, but is there enough time, Woody? There is not. Shuai lands with the 98% 2-star, which is giving some hope and opportunity now for Space Station Gaming. Oh my goodness.
I think I'm starting to see the point that you were making before the match, or before this last round began, that if it were to be a high enough percentage 2-star from NY Amazing, it would have forced out a 3-star from Space Station Gaming. And that does appear to be the case. I don't think even a 2-star 99% for Space Station will be sufficient to overcome that percentage lead now. So this is the closest war we have seen in a very, very long time, Lady B. 3-star or down, but you get it and you're going on. NY Amazing have set a really high bar, but I gotta say, I don't know if it was quite up to their standards from before. Space Station bringing some really difficult bases to defend against, and now their fate is in their hands. Can they seal it with the triple here and now, keep that hit rate above 50%, and find that one last 3-star that they need to advance?
When we have Agent, he was the one to actually hold off the very first defense, giving Space Station Gaming the start that they needed for the lead. Now it's flipped over into NY Amazing's favor. So can Agent finish this off, get the 3-star, and lead Space Station Gaming into the lower bracket finals to face off against Queenwalkers yet again? Drops in that Zapquake, takes down the defending AQ, and we take down one of the 3 Infernos to start sectioning off this path. Now we've connected nicely with the outlying heroes. Always great when you can get that value, because it's really going to start shaping up the path that you need to narrow out for these Drag Riders.
33, recognizing that he needs a 3-star and nothing short, will take the risky entry with the queen in the bottom left. No healers to help her out, but a strong Sui dive with an Ice Golem out in front and a Barbarian King to soak more shots. He actually even let that queen take a lot of the damage on the internal dive, so that the Barbarian King would be even higher up and above, allow the Unicorn to get that full value, topping off the queen as best as it can. But yikes, then it's going to be a lot of damage from the Inferno. Forces out the ability from the queen to keep her alive long enough to take down that Town Hall. Poison's down to help deal with the CC troops, and it's going to be an attack along the bottom right edge now as those balloons come climbing through, soaking a sinking air bomb and getting even more protection for these Dragon Riders to come on out. Only one taking damage from Eagle Artillery as the Stone Slammer stops dropping the bombs. Takes out the first defense, going in for the Eagle next. Lady B, can they do it?
Look at the surgical execution of Drag Rider. Starts off with only 2 in the mix, drops in a third, and then the remainder of the Drag Riders coming from the top side of the base allowed that Stone Slammer to do some good work, but still needs to get the scatter shot down. Was he being a little bit too stingy? I don't know. We gotta wait and see as the Drag Riders struggle to get through the core of the space, but reserves a ward ability, trying to give it just a little more opportunity. However, we still have that single targeting Inferno up, which is roasting through the Drag Riders, Woody.
The best laid plans of mice and men. Can he finally finish it off, Lady B? 50 seconds left, and there is not going to be anything left for him to do. Agent 33 was hoping beyond hope to get a 3-star necessary for the advancement of Space Station, but he is now crashing down to the hard realities of the everyday life on Earth. He was a star man, Lady B. He soared through the clouds. He saw beyond this pierced veil, but he could not crash through. He could not get out and touch the face of God. He is instead crashing, burning down on the earth. In this mortal coil, his rotting corpse will remain a constant reminder to other teams more able, others that were able to persevere, marching through on in the Clash Masters playoffs. NY Amazing takes the percentage lead away and will keep their spot.
Oh, I had such high hopes with that opener too. What a phenomenal start to that. Unfortunately, that surgical approach really did not work out for him. But you know what? It just means they don't have to face Queen Walkers again. But we'll get to see NY Amazing facing off for that final spot. We, of course, know that Tomp and I has secured their position to go face off against QSFN and face off against X Team, but we still have one final opening for tomorrow's finals.
We sure do. NY Amazing vying for that coveted spot, but it is going to be a mighty tricky run up against a Worlds qualified team. They barely squeaked through here now with 12 stars, but take a look at the bracket now and you'll see, the most fearsome name to go up against when all of this is riding on the line, the Queen Walkers.
Yeah, those Queen Walkers, you know, they instill fear in most people that have to face off against them. And it's surprising to see them in this lower bracket. That just shows how prepped and fired up Tomp and I was ready to go, securing their spot through the upper bracket. So one final chance remains to get this opportunity. And this is all so they can battle out for the bigger prizes in this $20,000 prize pool. That first place $5,000 prize can only be secured if you make it in tomorrow. So it's only going to be one of those two teams, Woody.
Who will it be? The question wide open and remaining to be seen. One more war will determine it all, and that is going to be starting up very shortly.
Yep, very shortly. So we will be catching that action. Make sure to stay tuned because Queen Walkers, NY Amazing, it is going to be nothing short of amazing. It'll be right after this short break.
Howdy, y'all, and welcome back to Clash Masters. This is the last round of Group B playoffs. My name is Woody, and I'm joined here by Lady B. How are you doing, Lady B?
Oh, I'm good. I am waiting for this incredible final match that we have in store. We started off the day just with these four amazing teams. So no matter where we were going to wind up, we were still going to have some crazy action for the end. But it happens to be Queen Walkers who's going to face off against NY Amazing. Both of these teams hitting very hard and some big scores. So for NY Amazing, we just saw a little bit lower of a star count than they were previously showcasing. So this might leave a small opening for Queen Walkers to power through if they hold those defenses the way they did earlier.
Yeah, right, you are. I think it's a pretty big opening for Queen Walkers. I was even tilted in favor of NY Amazing. I called their win, but I was expecting to come in with at least 13 stars. So just a 12-star percentage lead really makes me think that the Queen Walkers are going to get this one for sure. They were able to get up 14 stars of their own with strong base defenses and have picked up a couple of really tough matches to start with, taking one of them down, but slipping on the other one. So I think that Queen Walkers are going to have this one, maybe not handily. I think NY Amazing can put up a good fight. This is definitely a war that could tip either way, but once again, I'll be willing to call for Queen Walkers, and I'll give them even more than a 55. I'll give them a 60% chance of winning this one, Lady.
I think I'll be on the same par with you right there. I think Queen Walkers has the good opportunity to get this win today. But we'll see. They have to play clean. They need those defenses to come through as well. But I think it's going to be a 14-star mark or maybe 15 that needs to win between these two teams. Stadler with the Warden Walk to kick off the Super P.E.K.K.A Smash attack. And we've got this nice access to the scatter shot. Great use of this Warden is the fact that he can reach over those walls. You don't have to invest the wall breaks to come in. He just can ease through, take those down, and then naturally course back to path with your main troops, where your queen, you have to really funnel to get her back in line.
Relatively slow entry, though, with any Warden Walk means that you have to go super fast on the follow-up. Just about a minute, and still that scatter shot is still standing. It's perilous to try to take down with a Warden Walk any big, bulky defense that is being repaired by not just one battle builder, but it looks like in that case there might have been a couple of them on that one. Very slow lead for Stadler, and I got to wonder whether he factored in the double battle builder defense for that scatter shot when he's calculating the time that he has available to make this thing happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much, but he does really need to speed this along. The fact that we have the King cutting through with the Siege Barracks is a nice factor. It means he's going to take the tank, provide a lot more opportunity, beat through those walls and clear those compartments fast, and also help the navigation of this main pack of the Queen. The pack is Super Wizards to push straight on course for the Town Hall double jump connection. What leads it right through, and so far the healers have gone unscathed. Warden ability time nicely to help that out, but Woody, we have lost out, I think, on just about all our P.E.K.K.A.s on Super Wizards. So it's up to the Queen now to try and finish this off.
Right you are, Lady B. The P.E.K.K.A.s are down and out, and that means that it's all up to these damage-targeting Hog Riders along with the rest of the glass cannons on the back edge. There is one more P.E.K.K.A. it looks like at the bottom corner there that might have popped out from the Siege Barracks, but that is going to be a difficult army to make the path all the way to the end. With the Queen charging through, she will get a heroic shot off against the Town Hall, and with the ability pop there, Royal Cloak keeps her safe enough to get the second star claimed. 43 seconds left with the cleanup along the outer edge, and there's only really one cannon that is inside a wall that's going to be difficult for them to reach. Still, she should be able to pop over that wall with a jump spell as long as funneling goes right, and I think that this is going to be a 3-star, Lady B.
Yeah, and she stayed out of that poison bomb. This Queen is really what was needed to actually get the job done here. Of course, having the King, the Royal Champion, to cut through the bottom side, but this could not have happened if the Queen was not here to finish this one off. GG to Stadler, and that jump beautifully placed to give that Queen the final connection for the back end.
Overpowering strike, and Stadler has once again shown up and showed why Queen Walkers are one of the top squads in this competition, and facing off for a spot in the Clash Masters Grand Playoffs tomorrow. That 3-star lead has got to have NY Amazing shaking in their boots, but we've seen strong follow-ups from them as well, and this is a perennial fight. A contention between Queen Walkers, the Japanese squad, in NY Amazing as well, right across the pawn there for them. This is going to be a tricky one to be sure. Lots riding on the line. Pride for their clans, national pride, a spot in Clash Masters. NY Amazing are sure to be in top form for this next match.
Yeah, they did have, I want to say a strong start from the beginning, but we saw a lot of high percentages coming in. If Queen Walkers were to slip up and fail, we know that NY Amazing could equally match up. They had, against Space Station Gaming, the 95, 96, 98% 2 stars that came into play for them. So as long as they're getting these plans close and pick up those 3 stars, I think they can do it. I don't know that we're going to fully have a wipeout match from Queen Walkers. I still have some faith in NY Amazing for their defenses later through this one. And again, though, we do get to see more Super Pekka Smash action coming in from Light. Warden leading the pass here. We want to take down this multi-targeting Inferno so we can start making a much safer connection for these healers, most importantly, to work their way through and keep everything alive and well.
Yeah, it really seems to me, Lady B, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, but it appears that the meta in the West favors Lawloons, and the meta in the East might tend to favor ground-based strats, as we've seen quite a few Hog Riders today. We see lots of Pekka Smash aplenty. I wonder what you make of that potential division in the metagame.
We do see within where they're coming from, I'm assuming you mean?
Yeah.
From the regions? Yeah, so we do see different styles of play typically within different regions. That's always been the case. What we've always seen typically is a lot of the Asian clans actually relying heavily on dragons and coming out with things that the Europeans were not expecting to see. It's almost like the tables have turned a little bit in ways, but Queen Walkers is now back collectively to doing their Lalos, but we do have NY Amazing, who does come in displaying a lot of prowess with their drags as well, but they're gravitating towards ground, which I think is good to have in the mix. But for Light, we still have this pushing along nicely. Still need to get into that Town Hall compartment, and it's pretty chunky to try and get in through here. The biggest concern is a scatter shot that we don't have open access to.
Yeah, tough target right there, and protected by an enemy Archer Queen as well, already firing away at these troops, and there's nothing they can really do, spinning around and distracted. Greasebow goes off for Light, but they're not targeting onto the enemy Queen just yet. Still zapping through this. Super Wizards go down to the Queen shots, and it's going to be a lonely Queen on offense now. NY Light's Queen lost the healers up top, and that Queen charge is now going to be counterfeited as the point defenses are going to be able to wipe her down.
I was waiting to see if that rage was going to connect the troops through the jump into that scatter shot compartment, but the Pekka got it secured and taken down. The only problem is we've thinned out on what we have. Final Freeze goes down to hold off the Inferno and the Archer Tower, which gives just about as much opportunity as we can hope for from that Royal Champion to pick off the defenses. Final Cannon goes down, and with that, Light can pick up this 3-star, and this means they're going to tie up toe to toe here. 3 stars on the board is always a nice way to start. This means, Woody, it's anyone's game still. I like when we don't have the defenses coming in too early.
Yeah, I like keeping it high on offense for both of these teams. Big super octane pushes on both sides. And just want to give a shout out to our friend Pero Plays in the chat right now with a heads up that this version of the Pekka Smash was originally called the China Smash by many because that's the country of origin for this strategy. So coming in perfectly right out the gate by NY Amazing. Pero Plays calling it right there. One of my favorite meme makers and clash breakers in the community. So good start by Queen Walkers and NY Amazing, both at a 3-star race. I'm still tipping in Queen Walker's favor. I think that they really do have, although their base is cracking on the first round, a little bit stronger of offense and the ability to go deep into these 5v5 wars, still at the top of their game.
Yeah, these are definitely at the top of their game considering what we're seeing, and when there are missing, they're still aiming high. But I'm curious again, for NY Amazing, we've seen a bit of the mix, what they do defensively. They brought in earlier today some of those ring style bases. I feel like that would be a mistake going up against Queen Walkers unless they're heavily baited. Not quite seen that yet, and probably for good reason. Now Gaku coming in fast here, starts off with almost no funnel setup except for that baby drag, gets the Hydra push through and gets Blimpin solid with the clone loots to just clear out even more of those surrounding defenses.
Huge Dragon Force in the center here, just really ripping through with heavy offense, talking about big defenses following all down around. Gaku really is wasting no time, and that's how you want to play these big dragon attacks. Got to get the damage in fast, because once those spells are played, you really just gotta have to cross your fingers and hope that things play out in your favor toward the end, of dodging traps and making sure to take down any big crucial targets that remain, like that well-protected multi-inferno. Freezing it up was a really smart play here by Gaku, and keeping these dragons well spread out against the scatter shot on the back end might just give them a chance at the triple. It is going to be a tough finish with Seeking air bombs going off all over the place, scatter shot still standing, and another air defense on the back edge. This is by no means a guaranteed finish here, Lady B.
Oh, he's got the Royal Champion, though. He just drops her down in place. She's going to take care of this back end of the base. Plus, we've got the Queen ability. Gaku knows he's got this one in the bag. And yes, I could probably say swag bag. Because he's got this hands down. So much time left over. A lot of force remaining. And, you know, I feel like Gaku has probably been watching Neon and how fast those drag attacks are and saying, you know what? I can do them lightning fast as well. Definitely hanging with the best of them. GG to Gaku coming in and keeping their position pretty solid here. It's not secured, but to know that they're commanding that lead, at least from hitting on that frontline perspective, means they have a little bit less pressure on themselves.
Sure enough, 3 stars across the whole board. It is full offense from these guys. Full attack, as we have said in the past, for Clash of Clans. And NY Amazing need to get another one just to go the distance against the Queen Walker's squad that has shown no weaknesses just yet. This is kind of the same line of opening that the Queen Walkers have had in past wars. Really strong start that they really just kind of barely lost their last round. That's why I'm so confidently still picking them to be the favorites in this matchup. But NY Amazing, our clan, is a clan that has put up perfect wars in the past. If it is a good day for them, and it's been a pretty decent day so far, getting this chance to move on with just one more win, they might still have this one.
And they might, you know, just got to see what comes in defensively. Now, for NY
You don't seem
Amazing,
as confident.
I
mean, you were tipping with me in favor of the Queen Walkers as well. So
I was, but, you know, there could be some small mistakes here and there. We still have a little bit more to go. And, of course, you know, we had Stars not hit one of the marks with his Lalo earlier today. So when these small things happen, I just worry a little bit where their focus is, or really what the other teams are bringing to the table to be able to hold them back. So those opportunities are there, and Queen Walkers is a team that is just highly covered. You see them all the time, so we know what to expect from them, the type of attacks that they would go for, which gives some opportunity for players to try and defend and even bait. And I don't know if that's something that NY Amazing would do. But something that I was not expecting from Neon was actually this Lalo coming in. Zaps out the core of the base. I love Neon's drag attacks, of course, because they work super fast, but knocks out the core of the base. We've got easy access to that town hall just from one open wall breaker. Not a lot of surrounding defenses, so we don't need to invest in a queen charge.
all right. Big double-pronged strike for funneling here. The top right side gets, like you said, not going to be able to charge deep in, but the town hall down and maybe even a shot over the walls. No, Queen, this is a pretty hard commit from these heroes, and I'm not quite sure if that was the value they needed for a Sui dive to start like that.
Yeah, that scatter shot not going down is going to hurt quite a bit. The pathing is fairly, fairly evened out for the most part, but to have two scatter shots that are spread so far away means you really don't have the investment for it. He's got the warden ability for one portion, and he's got the two freezes, but he's going to need to use those also to get through the multi-targeting Inferno.
Yep, Stone Slammer can act as another big tank out in front for those Lava Hounds. to protect these loons, but that's not how he's using it right now. Instead, it's relatively unprotected loons in the bottom left corner of the base now, having to try to power through with just the Eternal Tome to keep them safe. Freeze off onto the Expo and that air defense as well, be able to crack that down. And the last thing he's really got to worry about now is a scatter shot. That freeze goes out, and hold on, I might have called it too soon because there is still a Tesla farm in the top right corner protecting that single target Inferno. Going to be very difficult for the Stone Slinger to make it all the way through that lady.
Yeah, he's got the haste to try and drop through the splash damage from this Wizard Tower, but the loons don't path towards it. They still skirt around the remaining defense as Stone Slimer comes in, but opens up, not providing the full punch that we wanted to see as it would tank. But we at least have a dragon coming through. The only problem is that single that still remains is going to roast it up. This is a big slip up coming in from NY. Amazing, but a huge defense for Klaus of Queenwalkers, which means they are going to command a 1-star lead in this. But we are going to still see some reasonable percent with the Baby Drag doing some work. We've got the Electro Owl, the minions coming through. I know Neon would like to see that 90% mark. Unfortunately, not going to be quite that high this time around. Yeah.
Can he do it?
Oh.
Yeah,
No.
I say. Yeah. Not happening. Defense for Klaus. Thanks to that big Tesla farm at the top right corner. The last line of defense for a base that held on strong. I think just did not justify the value necessary from that Sui dive with the heroes early on in order to get either enough big crucial defenses down or a proper funnel to get all the way back to the outer edge. Wound up soaking quite a bit of damage in the bottom left area, kind of around the 7 o'clock position with those loons as well, because he didn't really have Lava Hounds to keep them safe in that entry point. So not the worst factor. You know, there was not like one big crucial misstep here. These are obviously all really, really talented, great players. But if I were trying to pick apart things that I think might have slipped up for them or not gone their way or not gotten as much value as they were expecting, that's what I'd say. How about you, Lady B?
Yeah, I mean, if we had seen that scatter shot go down from the King, got the invested value out of it, that would have been the 3-star, most certainly, because we would have gotten a lot more out of the Stone Slammer to help cut across. The fact that it had to skirt along the outside edge of the scatter shot took on damage. It did wind up taking it down and tank for the loons. It just would have gone in a little bit fresher. And, you know, I was honestly curious how much better the Royal Champion could have done if she was working alongside of the King. But these are the, you know, the things that you have to adjust when you don't realize that your plan's not going to go the way that you expected. So kudos to the base building side from Queenwalkers, which I think is exceptional. We are seeing more and more that Queenwalkers is not just all about the offense. They're definitely coming in this season with a much stronger defensive look, which is going to be very important with a lot of the teams that they're going to be facing in just a couple of weeks, but helping them to potentially secure a spot in tomorrow's finals. So Baby Drag down now as we have Stars trying to follow up this defense with another 3-star commanding even more of a lead.
It is a tricky factor, and you're making a really good point here, Lady B, that there's not just the battle for today on the line, but because this is a wider esports scene and this is a team that's going to be advancing on, they've kind of got their pride on the line. They've got their reputation on display for all these other squads to take a look at their strategies, see their bases, and try to figure out what their approach is. So they're doing everything that they can to kind of manage all these different factors. And are, I think, doing an admirable job of it. Queenwalkers so far with still not yet a slip-up, showing us the bat spells, not for the first time today, but it is a relative rarity among these squads, especially backing it up with a Law Loon bat. Why do you think that they would go for that approach?
Well, this is something that I'm actually accustomed to seeing from Remio of MCES, this Bat Lalo attack. There are not a lot of players that actually like to use this strategy because it means you have less investment on spells for your loons. You know, you're not using the Queen charge, so you don't need the Rages there, but we've got to use those bat spells and the freezes. Now, what we need to keep an eye on is where the splash is. That's all going to be on the back end of the space where we have the Wizard Tower to scatter shots. So we need to keep focus on that. and work them through for the cleanup. But we ideally want to get most of it captured and taken down so these bats can do a lot of good work. I love this, though. Sending in the blimp for the scattershot means he can send the bats in from the back end where there is no splash. This is a good position, allowing the Loons plenty of cleanup opportunity. Oh my goodness, Stars is back in form. Absolutely hammering this one down.
Yeah, the Loons caught a big NATO trap in the center there, but it turned out to not be much of a shortfall for them at all. Look at that. Still has a Lava Hound up, raring and ready to go for this kill shot. And this is an easy finish now. Stars has really just walloped this base. This might be the most overwhelming finish that we've seen from any attack so far today.
I mean, the nice thing about having those bats for the backside of the base is what remained damage-wise, the bats were able to clear out, and ideally it would have limited some of the pathing of the Loons across that center zone, but really beautiful job. And again, that blimp, superb, just great way to execute, take down some splash items, because he picked up so much value from the hero side to shape up an easy course for the Loons. But that, you know, this is something that I'm not accustomed to seeing coming in from Queenwalkers. Looks like they're starting to add in some new tricks to their deck.
Yeah, bat spells, skeleton spells, all grim reminders for base builders to keep your splash damage defenses spread out. A lot of times bats are kind of a necessary addition, like we were talking about before the attack really began, a necessary addition to help out against defenses that would otherwise really frustrate dragons, dragon riders. Things like a single target Inferno is a really great target for a bat spell, but this time it wasn't like the bats really were necessary to take anything down. It was just that they were like overkill on top because there was nothing to turn them off.
It really was. They probably could have been swagged through that entire raid. Let's see, though, if Sue can continue holding some pride for NY. Amazing, as I feel that was so devastating defensively what Stars just did. But they still need to stay on the board here, need to get those triples in and hope that they can find some defense against Queenwalkers. Now, we do have the Queen Charge leading the pass here. We want to take this Town Hall down and start shaping up a much more narrow pass for the hybrid, and keeping in mind that we'll use the Siege Barracks and the King to funnel along the outside edge so that we keep the miners inside that are so easily distracted by all of the items along the outskirts.
Looking still pretty healthy on this outside draw. She's got a few point defenses firing at her, but her raged up healers are more than enough to handle that bit of damage. I'll be able to crack into this air defense before those healers come under any fire as well. And an outer edge wall breaker will help to keep her safe from those attackers in the interior while she makes her way to the Town Hall. Unfortunately, losing that unicorn to an unfortunate retargeting, but still lots to say about her charge left, with still those healers looking very happy, healthy, and nice. Just leading into this hybrid now, though, what are going to be the big slip-ups for the hybrid? Oftentimes we see big splash damage targets like those 2 scatter shots that are still up, the 2 multi-target Infernos that are still up. Traps can be a big problem for them. Despite good value from the Queen Charge, I'm not sure it got the right targets for this hybrid entry.
Well, she's got her course to work down towards the back end scatter shot, and we're using the King and that Siege Barracks to funnel into the Eagle compartment so we can actually force through the center of the base. Yes, we do have the multi-Infernos that we have to worry about. This is the unfortunate part. Look at the split, because we're getting the multis just picking away at a lot of different things, and we've already used the Warden ability, the both of those heals, and not really benefiting as much to get that cut through. So this pathing was a bit tough to push our way through, and I think that is the biggest problem for Sue here. There's nothing left from the miners or the Hawks.
I don't like it at all, Lady B. It is way too little too late, and with still a full compartment at the bottom side of base, Archer Queen ability used, those healers are AWOL, unable to get the job done, and that is going to be the lowest percentage that we have seen in a long time. These two clans really tightly matched, but Sue has dropped the ball here and given the Queenwalkers on defense exactly what they were hoping for. A really well-designed base frustrates the attackers and denies this hybrid army. It seems like hybrid really only works against very certain types of bases. Sue must have thought that this one was vulnerable, but nonetheless, I don't think that he did what he had to on the opening salvo to justify this sort of play. It's like the queen charge into the town hall is very rarely done, because oftentimes when you need to commit 5 healers onto a queen charge, you're taking out defenses that would otherwise be a big problem or doing a lot of funneling work early on. He didn't really do either of that with queen charge, and so he does start off with a safe star, but you pretty much limit your ceiling to 2 stars at that point if you haven't done what needs to be done to open up a hybrid entry.
I like the plan that he came in with. I was a little bit more surprised on the angle that he came in from, because it was a wide pass. And I think that was the biggest problem. And also the sectioning of the walls where the differences were being able to cut through. That's why we saw the split. There was just too much space in between the defenses and structures that everything got off course trying to cut through. I think if he came in from the bottom side of the base, this would have stood a little bit better of a chance. You still could have used the king for the eagle compartment. But this is, again, yet another big opportunity for Queen Walkers just to seal the deal here today. Klaus opting to go in with another Lalo. We've got the Skellies. We're seeing more and more Skellies to help out with our hero dives. If you don't want to invest those healers, you've got some good outside value that you don't really need to charge with. It's a great opportunity to bring in. But not only that, we've got the sneaky goblins to take down the town hall.
Love to see the sneak. Great way to take down a town hall. Much prefer that over the queen charge. Still, it's going to be a commitment of troops that you would otherwise hope could be done with by the Laloon, but being able to negate essentially the town hall bomb and the poison that goes off afterwards is a big pickup for Klaus. He's still doing a little bit more funneling work over in this bottom right side, gets those sneaky gobs onto that elixir storage, and they run straight through to trigger all the bombs. This should be an easy grab for him now. Whoa, hold on. Nice minesweeping work, because there was still a tornado trap and a giant bomb there. Make sure to trigger those off before he drops the final round of sneaky gobs for the town hall.
Yeah, this is why you always make sure you check, and then check again. Klaus securing that town hall, being taken down perfectly. Now, if we look at the pathing, we've got pretty straightforward path, but we still have the multis to get into. So he brings in the blimp using an early warden ability, which not only clips the blimp, but keeps these loons and even the hounds who are tanking for the scatter shot safe through for a long line drive across. Oh, blizzing? Oh my goodness.
What? Mid-war blizz by Klaus with a minute 13 on the clock. He sends in the latest, greatest Super Wizard strike that I've seen in a long time. Oftentimes that's done very early in the raid to try to eliminate key targets, but instead he just let it kind of rip wherever it may land.
Wow. This is what I would say this is what you expect from Klaus. The unexpected coming in with absolute perfection here. Smart thinking, paying off for Queen Walkers. They are on full form, raring and ready to go to get into tomorrow's matches to try and win that first place $5,000 prize. With this, Klaus has just inched them even closer.
Yeah, call in the firemen, because Queen Walkers are blazing a trail to victory. 4 triples in a row, keeping them up to 12 total. And NYMAs are going to be sweating just with 3 stars back to back to keep their heads on straight. That would take them up to 13 stars. I mean, the Queen Walkers could just stampede over them with a double of their own. So this one, we don't like to call them too soon, Lady B, but this is just about as confidently a lead as Queen Walkers could hope to have, and will have an easy time moving on now to the playoffs.
Yeah, safe 2 stars, all they need to do, really. And, I feel like every time I say that, we see people come in with very risky attacks. So, but I don't expect that coming from Yuta. Yuta, I think, knows by now if he's got to play it safe when it's like this. Though they still have the opportunity to still pick up that perfect war and make a statement going into tomorrow's finals.
Sure. Yes, let's make a statement. It's a strong opportunity to send a message. That's what it's really about. The metagame is not just about winning this war. It's about coming in and winning the next one while you're already winning this one. Making a statement, sending a message. It was the Joker who taught us how important that was, wasn't it, Lady B?
Maybe. Not the Riddler?
The Dark Knight, remember?
It's been too long for me for that, Woody.
Right. Gotta go back and watch the classics. It's a good holiday break opportunity.
We'll see what GYY has in store now with a queen charge. I know this is pretty much this is over, all but over and done for them. Though they still do have 2 attacks, and they would just need to save something absolutely devastating from Yuta in order to turn it back around. But we want to do this for street cred, and we want to do it just for that final push and see what GYY can do as he works his way, still trying to clear out this pass to the town hall. But we do have the blimp to take this down, which means we can get more value out of the queen working up towards those multis and the scattershot compartments using the jump.
If only street cred could be turned in exchange for stars, NY Amazing might have a chance at winning here. Swag in a bag is nice. Street cred is great, but Queen Walker is perfect so far on 4 attacks. Leave little room for hope by NY Amazing, who are starting off really slowly with this queen charge, Lady B.
Yeah, I think this queen was she was meant to go up towards the multi. It's all funneled up. She went to the town hall. This was not the plan. I'm not sure what we have in the blimp. If it's sneaky goblins, GYY is in trouble. So trying to adjust on the fly, sends in the king, the royal champion, to take on the scattershot compartment. We still have the jump to carry this through and has to invest the invisibility spell to keep this queen alive and well and going. One more rage on the queen ability will ensure that we get those multis down, and he might even be able to get her back on course here now.
If the course correction comes a little bit too late, remember there's only 3 minutes to attack with only 1 star up and less than a minute to get the other 2. GYY has really just given away this strike. Lost all his healers to splash damage out on the left lane, and that queen's about to go down, not accomplishing her primary task of taking down the dang multi-target Inferno. Instead, he's going to try to finish up with the Stone Slammer and a big complement of wounds. A lone Lava Hound gets popped a little bit early here, and unfortunately for GYY, finds another Tesla farm that he just cannot deal with in the bottom left corner. Percentage trickling up, but Lady B, this is another good defense for the Queen Walkers.
It is. I am impressed to see how well this actually turned around, considering there's only 15 seconds left, so time is the biggest factor. Storages are going down fast, but there's not going to be enough to finish us off, especially since we've got those sneaky goblins in there that were intended for the town hall. They'll take care of some easy cleanup, but look at this turnaround, Woody. It's a 95% 2-star with the queen just walking in the wrong direction and getting almost, well, I would say almost no value from the CC, but it got a ton of value from the Stone Slammer. It's not those sneaky goblins.
Okay, I'll give him a little bit of credit on this one. NY Amazing managed to salvage back up to a 95% 2-star. Maybe, I mean, yeah, you can always swap out your siege machine, but you can't swap out what's in it. Sneaky goblins. Why did he bring sneaky goblins in the siege machine, Lady B?
For the town hall. He had the blimp. The queen went in the wrong direction. She was not meant to take down the town hall. He lined up the funnel for the queen to work through into the multi section where the scatter shot was. And we would have had the king to help support. So there would have been very little for the loons to do. But instead, they had a lot of work. And
yeah, I guess it's one of the downsides. Yeah, it's one of the downsides of bringing sneaky goblins then to take out a town hall with a battle blimp. It means that your plan B is just basically shot to smithereens. Little flexibility there, but I guess the Queen Eye is not something that you can necessarily predict, and even with a good plan, it can kind of flip-flop out of your direction.
We unfortunately see that a lot with those corner compartments, the way that it's set up. You know, just he took a little bit of a gamble there. Thought he had lined it up just right in the placement of the queen. Unfortunately, a little bit off because she knocked down the corner defense first. So let's see if Yuta. I mean, really easy for him here again. Safe 2-star. Certainly, I think even at this point, possibly a 1-star is probably all they need to get the deal done. Working his queen in towards that town hall. This is where we do actually want to see the queen working through to get it done. But we also have a jump, which this might be nice to see her connecting and getting even more value. Once you're investing those healers, you want to get as much out of her as you possibly can, and getting into a core of the base is always a nice solution.
Rocket Loon smoothing and smothering down these defenses, but unfortunately for Yuta, catches a bit of Tesla resistance out there on the left side. Oh, you need to get that meditation back on track, sir. That resistance is too much to be able to pierce through. Nevertheless, I don't think that air defense is going to be too much worry for these healers swarming in. Look at those Rocket Loons. This is crazy, Lady B. Catches the Eagle Artillery too.
Yep, so he's got all Rocket Loons coming in with this raid. So we're really relying heavily on the heroes to actually take down the core of the base. The pathing that he's created for this queen is absolute genius, getting her away from that poison bomb, keeping her working through so we can get even more value out of this jump. What I'm impressed to see is the patience before dropping in the king and getting everything working collectively together right towards those scatter shots. And these Rocket Loons, because they have this haste ability to them as a super troop, means you work them along the outside defenses, and that's all to try and corral everything together right there in the core and support those outside defenses. Oh, but the queen's struggling. Ooh.
Yeah, under a minute. This is just finally seeing Yuta 14 from Queen Walkers with a slip and a stumble. A very atypical attack strategy here to just rely so heavily on the heroes, poking along the outer edges, prodding with those Rocket Loons, but not quite grabbing the value necessary to justify such an unorthodox entry. I do really like the creativity here. You know what? I want to give, what do we call them before? Swag points? A little bit of street cred to Yuta 14 here for the creativity of the design. It looks like in the end it could have been a 3-star with a little bit more time to get this cleanup finished. So plan was not awful, plan wasn't even bad, just a little bit too slow to make it all happen and come together in the end.
Yeah, but losing out the queen, unfortunately, is really what hung this up from picking up that 3-star. Just a little bit more work for those heroes to do. But this is the problem with this kind of strategy. Often more times than not, we are seeing time fail because of the lengthy pursuit of the heroes to work their way in. And it goes the same, not only for these Rocket Loons, but when we see the same thing with the hero dive like this, with the Warden, King, Royal Champion, and Queen, and then supporting with Loons, or even doing Drag Riders and Bats on the backside.
The last attack of the day, Lady B. Let's go out in style. NY Amazing have no hopes of moving on. Queen Walker's just barely missing out on a perfect war in stellar fashion, picking up the 14, but NY Amazing can at least come back with the 12 of their own and keep the pace going in from their previous attack. They have been the last team to not qualify, so regrettable to see them drop out. But the Queen Walkers have a well-deserved win, and we'll have one more chance to see how their base defenses can hold up. The charge in the left corner. Queen is going to make a deep impact on this base. Nice wall crack. It's going to go toward the bottom compartment. Actually, doesn't even crack the wall. What the heck?
Ooh, unfortunately not.
Those aren't super wall breakers. It's just regular wall breakers.
Yeah, coming in with those regular wall breakers to the mix. Oh, because it's got the Rocket Loons and the Sneaky Goblins, so no more housing space. But it's okay, because the Queen has a log launcher to sail her through straight to the Town Hall, so able to get the passage working in. And again, this is what we get to see, Woody. More heroes working along together. The King, the Warden, the Royal Champion alongside, which means the Loons are going to have a much easier path to get through that back end where we have a multi-targeting Inferno, but the scatter shot, that's going to be an easy pickoff to come in for.
Yeah, this is a tricky base to file off against like this. He's done some great funneling work, but the Queen's going to have to really rely a lot on these Ice Golems out in front to keep that damage off, because it is really going to be piling in hot and fast. Got a multi-target Inferno and that Town Hall starting to beam up. Hold on, actually, never mind, that's a single-target Inferno. Even more perilous for a Queen who's got no tanking now out in front. Takes down the multi-Inferno, but going to have to pop that ability, use some spells or something, because otherwise that would be the end of her run. Shuai's going to use the freeze here, and I really like a freeze over the invis, since it allows her to keep that invis for later on, or maybe even to use it for these Loons pathing in on the backside. Keep them nice and safe, and maybe even divert the pathing. But Lady B, what are you noticing?
And just noticing the queen going, like switching her target, going for everything but the town hall to take it down. I mean, you had the full investment, but I don't know what this queen is trying to do to poor Shuai here. Oh my goodness, man, just to take it on. Sheesh.
He'll get it anyways. He'll find a way. 98.
Nice job.
99. 100. NY Shuai from the amazing team picks up a triple and finalizes the score at 14-12. The 99.6 average destruction for the Queen Walkers and 90.6 for NY Amazing. That will lead their elimination today, Lady B. The last best hope for NY Amazing in the lower bracket has gone and went. Queen Walkers will be advancing on to the Clash Masters playoffs tomorrow.
They
Let's go ahead and
will
take a look
be.
at the bracket.
So
What do you think of that?
Yeah. I think we should take a look at this. We can see that Queen Walkers had a little bit of an up and down, a little hankering against Tompanai Empire, who won the upper bracket, but Queen Walkers working through the bottom of the ranks, able to secure that final spot against NY Amazing and also facing off against Space Station Gaming earlier today. So this is going to be a powerful punch going into the mix tomorrow, having Tompanai and Queen Walkers, two world championship teams that we will see in a couple of weeks, facing off against QSFN and X Team. This is going to be very, very exciting. So we get a nice picture of our finals brackets. So tomorrow we're going to get to see X Team have to face off against Queen Walkers, and Tompanai will be matched up against QSFN. Woody.
Yeah, X Team and QSFN had an incredible match. Watching the two of those go toe-to-toe was quite the treat. And so now seeing this whole lineup, X-Team, Queen Walkers, Tompanai Empire, and QSFN, this is going to be a killer set of squads. 3 of them Worlds Qualified teams, and X-Team able to defeat them. So I think that this is a really well-deserved Quattro Final Four matchup for our Clash Masters Grand Finals playoffs tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to being able to finally award the bulk of those prizes. Let's go ahead and look at the prize pool, Lady B.
Ooh, so we have this $20,000 prize pool, and we've seen the teams working their way through the qualifiers to earn some cash, but now for the playoffs, first place from tomorrow's matches will win $5,000. Second place receiving $2,500. Third place getting $1,000, and fourth walking away with $500. But the teams today don't go away empty-handed. The teams that we did not see move forward today and yesterday do still get $250.
But each war you win tomorrow is going to at least double your prize pool. And in addition to those prizes earned by the teams, we've also got some other prizes to hand out to the individuals, because, of course, every week we announce a Making Moves MVP of the Week on our social media accounts. Well, thanks to Move Network, each MVP, including this week's, will be awarded their very own one-of-one digital collectible to commemorate their MVP award. Congratulations to Loop Zera, Lexnose, NY Light, and MS Klaus thus far. We're also excited to announce that the champions of this season of Clash Masters will all be receiving a special digital trophy non-fungible token in addition to their share of the prize pool. Lady B?
Oh, that's not it. That's not it, Woody. We'll also be having giveaways of free NFTs and digital collectibles of some of your favorite Masters Series highlights and moments of the season. So make sure that you follow Clash Masters and Move Network for your chance to get involved.
Do it. Don't be left out. Don't miss your chance to win. Clash Masters will be returning tomorrow with our Grand Finals playoffs, so make sure also to follow us here and keep your eyes peeled, because we are going to be coming back with the grand finale of our whole Clash fall season. Masters will crown a new champion. Alternate attacks have been kicked out, and the 4 new teams competing to take that top spot will all be vying for that huge prize pool and all the awards that go with it, Lady B.
Ooh, I am excited to see what's going to be in store for these four teams, defensively, offensively, and for the viewers at home. So amazing stuff today, but there's going to be even more incredible action. Make sure to be here same time, same place tomorrow to tune in and catch it all. As always, thank you for joining us today. And thank you to our production crew for keeping the hype going. We'll catch you guys tomorrow.